fiber optic cable to Australia. And that means that there will be a surge in the use of internet and online services. With that source, it also opens risk to the community who are using their systems, digital systems. How can we make sure that the system will be secure enough for the people, common people, to use it?
Well, okay. So if I understand, Timor-Leste has done a study of how to expand the use of internet for official functions, I think, within its population, and you're asking what is needed to make these things trustworthy. And the mechanisms we have online really parallel the ones that we have had for a century or so, or a bit more, on paper, passports and other kinds of credentials like that, so that you undoubtedly are planning to have a government organization that issues credentials to people that allow them then to, for example, contact the government and get benefits, look for jobs, get driver's licenses, things of that kind. So I actually think that seems to me in many ways to be, you can just buy the technology to do that. That much is all right. I worry a little, loosely speaking, when certificates and certificate authorities were made popular about 1990, there was a grab to try to have, the people who formulated the protocols tried to be the source of all the certificates. They didn't get away with that. But there was a certain disadvantage with the result also, which is, last time I heard this discussed, and not current, there were 635 different certificate authorities being recognized by the Microsoft browser, or something like that. And so that means, who could possibly know what these 635 things are? And so one of the things that is very important is to decide basically what certificate authorities you will listen to. Right? Now, there's no reason, for some purposes, a Chinese or an American certificate authority is, or you want to know something of an American company, a Chinese company, a department, yes, there's diplomatic relations, there's a certain trust in the country, their national certificate authority says something. But on the other hand, there are a whole bunch of Timorese things for which you don't want to accept any authority other than your own, or other than one to which you have delegated authority. So I think...
Yeah. Professor Basa, please. So yes, I again totally agree that if you want to achieve sovereignty, full sovereignty, you cannot rely on any foreign certification authority. You have to develop your own. This is obvious, but not so obvious to achieve. There's one more problem, however, which is even harder to solve, which is that all these certificate authorities around the world, as far as I know, base at some point the certificates on the greatest invention, in my opinion, of Whitfield Diffie, which is digital signatures. It's absolutely mind-boggling that it's possible to have two keys. One secret key allows you to sign the certificate, and this key is kept really secret. It belongs to the certification authority, but the same authority can distribute public keys that allow anybody to verify the validity of a signature. And all trust, all the digital trust is based on this notion of digital signature. Unfortunately, the schemes that have been developed for signatures, for instance, the RSA, Reverse-Scheme Edelman signature scheme in 1977, is thus broken when a quantum computer is available. We can only hope that no full-scale quantum computer is still available in the world, but there's no way to know if there may be one running in secret in a basement somewhere. But what is sure is that these quantum computers will be real and available to all sorts of bad people in a reasonable future. And when that happens, all these certificates become void because it makes it possible to fake these signatures. And so all the trust that we put in these digital signatures, as long as they're based on RSA, will vanish. And we need to find something else. This is known as post-quantum cryptography, which are purely classical techniques trying to replace RSA with some other mathematical techniques in the hope that they would withstand the attack from a quantum computer. And they may exist, but we have no way to prove that they are secure. So any trust in these new techniques will have to be put on faith, not on firm grounds. Unfortunately, that's the way it is. No mathematical techniques in sight that would enable us to prove security for these techniques. It's a very fundamental problem in theoretical computer science. And here, as opposed to secure communication, the ability to send confidential information from one point to another, where quantum cryptography rescue, so my 1984 BB84 invention that was mentioned before, enables provably secure communication. With quantum cryptography, unfortunately, it does not provide digital signatures. There is no equivalent of digital signatures that quantum theory gives you. Quantum theory only gives you a way to break those which are available today. And I don't see any obvious way to solve this problem.
Thank you, professors. Just last follow-up question for me before I open the floor to the audience to ask. We have ministers here taking care of the government services, basic services here. What's your main recommendation for them to start making sure that the services will be secure and trusted?
Yes,
sorry about the echoes and everything, but
yeah, I think if you just put your mic down and talk to us, and we can.
You have ministers here, they are taking the services online.
There what?
Online, the health services, education, everything online.
Okay.
So please, if you can recommend the steps to make sure that these services are secure and trusted, recommendation.
My immediate answer is
Impression from the fact that smart people like Ron Rivest have spent years on it and not in any sense succeeded in solving it, that it is a difficult problem, and it's not clear to me whether in a community of 1.5 million it's really necessary. I mean, I think, sorry to cite the U.S., but in the U.S., comparison with the importance of the results. And so voting, activity of voting is funded out of county governments. They're very frequently short of money. They aren't able to do it well, do it so that it can't be penetrated, etc. I think that that is, basically, in some point, online voting is going to be necessary. As Arthur C. Clarke pointed out, we're going to lose proximity as we expand into space. But while you have the good fortune to occupy half of a small island, you can do that kind of important thing face to face, and I think that's a much thing to do.
Thank you.
I totally agree, once again, that I don't see any need for electronic voting in this country. Of course, I'm not aware of your issues, but intuitively, that's what I would also say. In terms of secure electronic voting, there are techniques that have been developed, at least in the theoretical circles, that would allow elections to be carried out electronically and verifiable by any citizen, so that you can verify that your vote was counted and stuff like that. However, these techniques, I'm not sure if they are yet applicable to on a wide scale. In this case, we have people, I don't know how many voters in there, it's probably too big already. In the ideas are being worked on, and at some point might become realistic.
Obrigado. Hawlo ka dan sa saunuhin alimfeto. Usile, belba.
There was another question by the first man.
Belma hakat ba yung iyan eh? Bele usire.
Bom dia, baita hotu. Haunia naran Jacinta Barreto. Hanesan science teacher, no mos science teacher trainer, ba professor Sira, husi nível pré-escolar bato iha secundário ninian dela rumamos. Kuliah ba IT no segurança. No ita hatene katak desenvolvimento tecnologia ida agora ne avançado tebes. Então, STEM nel la OSDE da iha nível adulto, ia STEM ninian, mas hoje sama katu prepara pense iha carreira ka serviço hirakne, então ita precisa STEM education. Hare fila faliba itania contexto. Hoje sama ka ita bele hadiak usa opune atu bele hadiak no prepara itania geração fonsira, husi nível fonsira, husi nível Kraikliu, bato iha secundário ko técnico vocacional. Itahare katagbang hira itabay ha mercado, lismian dala rumah stock out. Ikan itaba iha loza sira, laos ikan fresco, mabe ikan gelado. Ayatong barra gelado, ita menos zona ay produto lokal sira. Então, o sama ka itabele haburas, usa di dia STEM nene, hodi produto lokal sira. Então, o sama ka itabele haburas, usa di dia STEM nene, hodi contribuiba resolve itania problema econômico hirakna. Obrigado.
To which we addressed yesterday's panel over at the Institute, organize it, particularly starting very young, so as to get people to understand these things. And my sense is that one of the things we need to be put, and my sense is that one of the things we need to be putting in education, because the tools we now have clearly in many ways make it much, much easier. My professor John McCarthy said many years ago when we were talking about automating libraries, he said, in fact, he pushed aside details and said, the problem with libraries is they're far away and they're closed. Right? And now we live in a world where you have right on the screen in front of you a bug that's flying around my face. You have right on the screen in front of you access not just to a multi-million volume library, but to the index, not just for each book, but for the whole library. Right? And so it's amazing in some sense how everybody isn't able to learn everything these days. So I think, you know, making good use of these things is something you're never too young to learn. And I don't just be a waste of time, but some of them must be very good. Games teach people how to do things, and organizing games to make use of learning resources easier is probably, will be at the top of my list.
Let me try to translate first.
I would like to add to everything that he said and I agree with. I would like to add that one skill extremely important is the ability to tell the truth from the fake. Children were taught how to do it, I don't know by whom. And today on the internet you can find an enormous amount of, but what I'm saying is that unfortunately on the internet also a question about this and that, and AI takes your question, and the question of trust. How can you trust what you see on the internet is something that should be taught. They should always keep in mind that it could be false or fake.
Thank you, Professor.
Well, I just want to say that I think the whole subject of verification is underdeveloped. Before I worked in cryptography, I worked on what was called mathematical proof of the correctness of programs, a field that has gone, I escaped from and has gone nothing like as well as cryptography has. But the key point is that that's a simple case in principle. You have a formal specification for what the program is supposed to do, and you have the program, and you ought to be able to verify that one does what the other says. Or whatever, open whatever, hand you something, and it draws. And of course, the great endeavor in that direction, human society, is mathematics. But mathematics is the study of the things so simple that you can demand the highest standards of evidence. And our ability to apply that to much more general things, normal reasoning about business and politics and society, is very, very poor.
Thank you, Professor. How halo subaru barak ini Konaba educação kata teknologi ini importante tepteves. Então, ita precisa preparar tina wansira desde que septinha escola pré-escolar to nomos nasa escola primária sira. Mas bem, professor na rua kata kita boleh aproveita teknologi ini atu halo perasaan baik tina wansira. Boleh usa teknologi oi, mas bem ide mak profesor Brazar yang kata Wikipedia ni kapas tambah ita bele lansa ita bele fear tambah he kundia de bark bega bele contribui culpa ba sound system ne be mak ladun lansa.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Menia. Talk about the security trust and digital. As we know that in our nation or Timorese people lack of the digital or trust issue. So my question is how should governments, technology companies and individuals share responsibility for creating a safer digital world? And who should be held accountable when digital security fails? This is my question, and thank you.
Very interesting question. How should everyone work together to make sure that it is safe, and who should be responsible in case that the system fails?
It's a wonderful description recently how the technological and social infrastructure almost exists to conceal responsibility. I think it would be basically, I can't say anything that isn't banal. The minimization of secrecy in all of the systems makes them more comprehensible to the people who are using them. And the people who are, so to speak, administering them like as much secrecy as possible, mostly because it keeps them from being held responsible.
Nothing to add.
Obrigado a perguntas. Ita seja tempo 10 minutos tan. Hanoin usi fale parte clara. Bele usi parte clara. Bele hamrik tem. Sim. Por favor.
Thank you. Hello. My name is Joel. I'm Catholic priest and rector of Catholic University. Um, I, I, I want to go to the substance of the problem.
Stop and whisper in our ears.
Thank you. I'm going to the substance of the problem. Some years ago, Mark Zuckerberg was asked by the senator in the USA why he created Facebook, and this Facebook bring some problems like suicide online, black campaign, speech, hate speech, and so on. And I'm still a little bit pessimist when talking about security trust in the digital world. Because up to now, people prefer to promote fake news, violence online, in the
is in some ways secret and entirely the property of Facebook. Right? So I think they could sue you if you wrote an independent client, if you could do it, that would communicate with their system. And so it takes a vast amount of information that, you know, would look entirely different if Facebook were a cooperative. And everybody, every Facebook user owned a piece of it, and so it was in effect a democracy. But it's one of many things in the capitalist system that are owned by some set of shareholders who are quite independent of the employees or the users of the system. And so I don't know a solution I don't know of a solution to Facebook that isn't like trying to solve all of society's problems.
Thank you so much. We are running out of time, but the last questions or comment, please.
Howdy, it's Rich Sutton, and I have a question, I have a comment. I think you guys are missing the opportunity to paint a picture of what can be done with digital signatures, public key cryptography, and reputations. You can, news sources can have reputations, and they can be proven with public key cryptography. And I think this is the ultimate solution, and I can't think of anybody better able to explain it to the world, and the role the public has to play. The public has to get used to demanding and asking for certifications by reliable public key signatures, and that this ultimately could be the solution, but people have to know about it. And I think you should explain it to them. Please.
Well,
Thank you, Professor Sutton.
Two of us have spent our careers working on this kind of thing and haven't succeeded, among many people, haven't succeeded in solving them. So I doubt you will have tremendous luck with getting us to solve them in the next few minutes.
But what is
Do things that will diddle the search engine results and the people you do want, things you do want people to see. And so I think reputation, now, I'm back to a company called Reputation.com, and it has a very specific.
But please, we are running out of time now. Professor Basar, would you like to say some final message?
Well, nothing about reputation. Yeah, my final message will be people aware that current crypto infrastructure, not only will it crumble of the current infrastructure and store it, and whenever a new technology or new knowledge makes it possible to decrypt it, that opponent can take it out of the storage and decrypt retroactively. And this includes when a quantum computer will become, whenever a quantum computer becomes available, that person will be able to decrypt everything retroactively. And in other words, everything you entrusted to the internet for decades, this will all become an open book whenever a quantum computer is available. And nothing can be done to save the past because it's already in the hands of the opponents. All we can try to do is save the future by latching onto other technologies like quantum cryptography, but also post-quantum should be used, and so that at least the future can be protected. But the past is gone, and nothing can be done to save it.
Well, the intelligence community, signals intelligence agencies, have been storing information for decades with the hope that they'll be able to read it someday. It's a very, very expensive phenomenon. I'm not at all convinced that the promise of quantum computers has enabled anybody else to get backing to allow them to do that. So I think overall that particular problem is overemphasized. But there's this is the fourth crisis in cryptography in a century. The first one was World War I. We had a war with radio, nothing to protect radio except cryptography, and essentially we didn't have any. And that gave rise to mechanical cryptography. Second World War brought much, much larger volumes of traffic and gave rise to electronic cryptography. The 70s brought in the internet And the response to that was public key and some software cryptography and a variety of other things. And now this is the fourth one. Now we're threatened with quantum computing. And so that leads me to believe it probably won't be the last. And there are no miracles in these things. This is a human mechanism in which we are doing well in some ways and not in others. So I'm sorry you won't get to hear the much larger problem I was going to mention, but I think we're out of time.
Thank you, professors. Very warm round of applause, please. Baalin sira subari barak dit, mundo digital é importante, atu ajuda a ter desenvolvimento, mas o professor Brazadian lá ia sistema ida seguro 100%. Nebe la bele fier demais. Então, professor Dividian ia mecanismo barak makita belhala para atu preparar itenia sistema bele seguro li aklitan, educa itenia uansira desde início nomos prepara itenia sistema iha governação di dia para ita bela aproveita sistema ne di aklitan ba ajuda itenia desenvolvimento. By dene agradeço ba itenia panelisira. Thank you so much for our panelists for sharing their knowledge. Obrigado barak ba pergunta sira hoto, obrigado barak ba atenção tomak no hoidene ha atenção nele. Favor de pasaliban ba itenia panelisira.
Thank you all.
Desculpa bawah sound system lemur ke ladun fungsi dah dia. Obrigado.
Thank you very much once again, Dr. Abel da Silva. And also please join me once again thanking Professor Ridvik Diffie and Professor Gillis Brassard. Thank you very much, professors. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we'll now go on our coffee break. This is only 10 minutes break, so please for VIP. And also by students here, hotu itsibana la laiste itenini intervalo cafe ninian ihadet minutos sanulu. Al favor, students here, belhakat liba pavilion. We'll see you shortly at 40 past 10 or Daisy 40. Até já. Ba equipa IT itabele taula e ecrã e tem QR code. Al favor, bele scan mos QR code e ha ecrã, ato fomos itabot ser ne comentário no feedback ba itenia Simeira ba Loron Horsek o hingnian. The QR code now is available on the screen during your coffee break and lunch. If you would like to provide your comments and feedback on our summit, please do so by scanning the QR code. We'll see you shortly.
cek, koko, tes. Ini buffer lupa, ini botol lupa. Cek koko idaro atau koko cek. Tes koko idaro.
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once you have already taken your coffee, we would like to invite you to kindly please return to your seats. Dali também silêncios distintos convidados sur rodo, na moça menininha participante sira Simeira ninien, onde irei tabot remata ona foti tabot sirninia café de dersa ninien, al favor e tabela tama fila fali maiona e salão lara para depois ser momento rumatan e tabela hahu fila fali. Vai tabot sin informação agora ita monta tiona microfone e a parte sorry. Al favor, orsida o ingere tabot sira tuato perguntas ka comentários ruma bele hambrik la bele basically ba ia micro tamba secar guitarne articulação la dum mos bele perturba mos e maninia compreensão que itania apresentador sira orador sira nia compreensão o ingere atu halo tradução ou de sira bele rona. Dali datang mi convida ita hoto al favor bele tama ona mai tu ita bele hahu do momento rumata. Considering of our time, we will continue now. Ita si continua agora. We continue with societies and the future of scientific research. And the topic is computing, AI, and development. Joining us are Professor Richard Sutton, recipient of ACM/AM Turing Award and pioneer in artificial intelligence and reinforcement learning, and Professor Thorsten Hofler, recipient of ACM Prize in Computing and leading researcher in high-performance computing. This session will be moderated by Mr. Gabriel de Jesus, a Timorese information technology professional and researcher with extensive experience in information systems and technology. Mr. de Jesus, Professor Sutton, and Professor Hofler, please join me on the stage.
Translation, so we will use this the Q&A set. This is our Q&A session. So when needed, so when needed, we will use that at the Q&A session. Okay. When the question is in the tone.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic, Your Excellencies, Vice Prime Minister, Member of the Government, distinguished Nobel laureates, representative from the international institutions, researchers, scientists, students, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Computing, AI and Development session. It's a privilege for me to moderate this session and to be here with the leading scientists in the area of artificial intelligence and computing. Our discussion will be focusing on useful application of computing and AI, technical language inclusion, computing infrastructure, responsible use of AI in the public sector, and most importantly, what emerging professionals and implementing institutions can realistically do over the next 2 years. With that, let me briefly introduce our panelists. In my left side, Professor Jack Dongara. He is a university distinguished Professor Emeritus at the University of Tennessee and a leading figure in numerical and high-performance computing. Over more than 4 decades, he has helped develop foundational mathematical software and contributed to the top 500 ranking of the world's most powerful supercomputers. He received the 2021 ACM/AM Turing Awards for pioneering contributions to numerical algorithms and libraries that have advanced scientific computing across fields including engineering, climate, medicine, and artificial intelligence. Please join me in welcoming Professor Jack Dongara. Next to Professor Jack, we have Professor Hoffler. He is a professor in computer science at ETH Zurich, where he directs the scalable parallel computing laboratory and serves as chief architect for AI and machine learning at the Swiss National Supercomputing Center. His research focuses on high-performance computing, scalable systems, and large-scale machine learning. He received the 2024 ACM Prize in computing, and his fundamental contribution to high-performance computing and the ongoing AI revolution, including advances in the systems and algorithms that power modern computers and large-scale AI. Please join me in welcoming Professor Hoffler. And the last is Professor Richard Sutter. He is a pioneer of reinforcement learning, and together with Andrew Bartow, have established many of the field's foundations. They co-author Reinforcement Learning and Introduction book and received the 2024 ACM-AM Turing Award for their foundational contribution to reinforcement learning. Professor Sutton is a professor of computer science at the University of Alberta and chief scientific advisor at the Alberta Machine Intelligence Institute, where his research continues to focus on AI agents that learn continually from experience. Join me in welcoming Professor Richard Sutton. Before I invite our distinguished panelists to share their remark, allow me to briefly introduce some context of Timor-Leste digital landscape, technological infrastructure, and linguistically diversity to make the conversation more productive. Timor-Leste has been pursuing digital government through Timor Digital 2032, covering areas such as government services, health education, agriculture, and the inclusive economy. In 2026, the government has begun consultation on a new digital transformation strategy for 2026-2036, with priorities including digital infrastructure, citizen-centered public services, digital skills, cybersecurity, innovation, and artificial intelligence. A major change is connectivity infrastructure. The Timor-Leste South-Southern cable landed in 2024, and by July 2026, the installation and testing has been completed, and the cable was ready for commercial operation. Work is also progressing on the national terrestrial fiber optic network. This creates new opportunities for faster and more reliable connectivity and for greater access to digital services, cloud computing, research, and AI applications. But connectivity alone is not enough. Timor-Leste must also consider affordability, maintenance, technical capacity, cybersecurity, data governance, and which technology capabilities it can realistically operate and sustain over time. Finally, Timor-Leste is a highly multilingual country. The Constitution recognizes Turing and Portuguese as two official languages, with more than 20 local languages are spoken across the country. Tetum is one of our official languages, and it is the most spoken language in country, with approximately 79% of the population are Tetum speaker. For computing and AI, therefore, inclusion is not only about connecting people to the internet. It's also about ensuring that digital system can understand and serve people in languages they actually use, speak, and understand. This is particularly important for AI because this system depends heavily on available data and language resources. If Timor-Leste languages and local realities are poorly represented, the benefit of AI may not reach everyone equally. So, as we begin the discussion, please take the context in mind. And I believe that most of the audience that are here are waiting to hear, to listen your talk regarding AI. So I will please share as much as possible your knowledge about AI with us here. So I will give each panelist opening remark up to 10 minutes each. So we can start with Professor Zek. Professor Zek, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much for that kind introduction. I have to confess, I don't do AI.
Professor Zek, excuse me, can you just talk?
So thank you again for the opportunity to be here with you. But I have to confess that I don't do AI. I'm not an AI person. I work in the area of high performance computing. I work in designing algorithms and software that run on the fastest computers. So today we have things that are called supercomputers that are being used for scientific purposes. And these supercomputers have the ability to do computations that go something like 10 to the 18 floating point operations per second. 10 to the 18. So that's a billion floating point operations per second. That's not 2 billion, that's a billion operations per second. That's an incredible situation. 10 to the 18 operations. And we want to design software and algorithms that can use these machines. So these machines typically have 10 million processors in them. So how do you design an algorithm that can orchestrate 10 million processors and come up with a solution to a problem rapidly? So that's where I fit into computing, is designing and implementing scientific applications that can effectively use those supercomputers that we have today. AI is an application, of course, and that's part of this overall scheme. And AI relies on linear algebra for doing many things. And one of the things that we design is our algorithms and software for linear algebra. So we fit into the general scheme of things in just that way. So again, scientific computing using machines that are the most powerful machines today, trying to extract as much computing performance from those machines that we have. Thank you very much.
So we can continue with Professor Thorsten.
So yeah, I'm Thorsten, and I actually want to talk to the people in the room who I believe are the most important people in the room. This is the youth of Timor-Leste. So you're the future of this country, and I've been I'm one of those people who developed these AI systems that trained modern language models. But I want you to embrace these language models as an opportunity that you have for the future. So think about it. Who of you today came by some form of automatic transportation, motorized transportation to this venue? You came probably by car or by scooter or by something. Now, these devices, they have been developed in the Revolution, which is about 100 years ago. So our ancestors have been developing these devices. We are using them today as if it's absolutely normal, and they have made our life better, significantly better. We can cover big distances, we can deliver water to people, and we can use these devices that came out of the Industrial Revolution. But what happened in this Industrial Revolution was actually that humanity developed a tool that made human physical strength less relevant. Anybody can haul very strong, very big objects, so anybody could gain physical strength. What is happening right now is that we have a similar, actually much more powerful change as we are automating artificial intelligence. And that is an interesting thought. This is actually the biggest development in humanity right now, so it outdoes the Industrial Revolution already, if you look at relative to GDP. And this opportunity is with the youth, because people like us have built the foundations for this. But what you're going to do is you're going to carry this forward, and it's going to be incredibly important that you have a positive view on it, that you learn how to use it early on. I see many, many, many young people. One of the nice things about this event here is actually, I've been at many of those, many similar events, but I have never seen so many young faces in the audience. In fact, the organizers did it right. Invite the next generation because they can benefit most from what we're going to say. And what I want to leave you with is, actually I want to quote President Ramos Horta and the Prime Minister yesterday, because they both said 3 words, both of them, when they opened the conference, and you may not have been here, so I want to repeat these 3 words that both of them said. It's study, study, study. And what I want to add to this, and in fact these are probably the most important words for young people at this conference, but I want to add to this, study wisely. Use artificial intelligence for studying and bring yourself forward this way. Because you have access to as much information as anybody on the planet. This has never been like this. We had never such an easy access to information in the history of humanity. So you can actually become one of the best. In your field, there is no boundary. You just need the discipline. You just need to study. You need to focus on the right thing. President Ramos Horta said, study STEM, be an engineer. I completely agree. And that is what I want to leave you with. And to myself, I'm one of those people who built the infrastructure for those systems, but that's probably less relevant here. So please go ahead. Study, study, study. Thank you.
Professor Rich, it's your.
Those are wise words. And maybe I would only ask you to think as well as study. So think, think, think. In particular, I think we're all being seriously misled about artificial intelligence. And we need to think better and stop believing what we're told. We're told that artificial intelligence is here, and it's not. We do not yet have intelligent systems. We don't have systems that have goals, which is the foundation of intelligence. We don't have systems that can tell truth from false. The systems we have really are not intelligent. They're not AI. We don't yet have AI. True AI will come, and all that we're being promised will eventually be true. But it's not true now, and it won't be true for a while longer. The biggest impacts are yet to come, and we're not there yet. You know, so this is not to diminish what has been done. We have had scientific breakthroughs in the use of language by machines. Yeah, this is a great progress, but it's still only a fraction of what's involved in intelligence. I think we have to realize this first. Now, part of why there's a pretense is because everyone who's doing computationally intensive things wants to call it AI because AI is cool. It adds cachet to what you're doing to call it intelligent rather than just lots of computation. So it's the computation has been, the amount of computer power per dollar has been increasing, as you know, exponentially for almost 100 years, doubling every 18 months now. It leads to the enormous numbers that Jack was quoting us about what are available now. And so we are in an era when vastly more computation is becoming available. And so all these wonders are occurring, and they are wonders, but they're not intelligence. They're not ability to achieve goals. It's not the true, the full achievement of the second industrial revolution that Torsten is referring to. All will come, and it is starting now. But if you listen to the big American companies, they will tell you in their systems. And this is just false. It's hype. it's right? Those people are selling their product, and if they can convince you that it's more valuable than it is, it's worth tens or hundreds of billions of dollars to them. Why do we believe them? We should not. I think that's the main thing I wanted to say.
Okay, let me just do the quick resume in Tetung, so that because most of the audience are students, so that they can be get the point. So maybe how to resume barak itu si remark si tania panelis. In prinsipio Profesor Torsten dehang katak nia nunca hare audiensnya nebe jawaban barak iya momento siranesane nebe nia sita itene presenti nia liefang katak anesan jawaban ima futuro tem ser estuda hal barak no usa AI hodi bele apoia in estudo. Profesor Jack nia dengan kata nia backgroundnya ia Bali halal liba ia supercomputing laos ia AI no nia dengan kata aplikasi barak include AI sira nia barak limak halo komputer sang ia kada minutos. Profesor Richard nia dengan kata AI lolosnya sidau kia AI lolosnya sei mai tambah AI dadaunya sei konsumo komputer sang barak liu no idane mak resume barak husi opening remark nebe mak ita nia panelis sira hato. So I will start with the questions. So you are talking that the true AI will come, and we need to because it is still consume a lot of computing. In the context of Timor-Leste, because AI is very hot topics over here. And AI can be used in many sectors, including education. As Professor Torsten has mentioned that we can use AI to study, or can be use AI in the education. So my question is, if Timor-Leste want to, or AI to produce visible development benefits in the next 3 years, which problem should it tackle first, and why? We can start with Professor Rich.
Thank you. I think the most important thing now is to take full advantage of the information that we all have on the internet, as was mentioned again by Torsten, I think. So this is not as exciting as intelligence, but this is the existing knowledge, and we want to get full access to it. And the major blockers there is the language. In Timor, as has been explained, most people are speaking Tatun and Portuguese, and most of the information on the internet is not in these languages. And the potential is that we can use large language models to do the translation and gain access to that information. Now, I think this is somewhat possible now. Perhaps our moderator is more knowledgeable of that question than any of us here, and I think he should feel free to speak to it. But certainly there's incremental steps we can take to make the information on the internet more accessible to speakers of the local languages. And I don't think we should we should make big purchases of public funds to foreign companies. I don't think, as I expressed before, I think they mislead us. Their interests are not the same as yours. And, but there are all kinds of incremental things we could do locally to increase the accessibility of these enormous knowledge sources on the internet.
Professor Thorsten is also involved in the Sea Lion. This is the project has been developed by Singapore AI to cover the language in the Southeast Asia. Tetun is not included yet, so most of them should be literature languages like Tetun. So Professor Thorsten, can you just link to that project? Thank you.
Yes. Well, I don't want to repeat what Rich said. Just to cut it short, you have a beautiful language, and what's extremely important is that you maintain the cultural heritage of that beautiful language and that beautiful local culture. And that is going to be challenging, because as far as I understand from our dear moderator, there's not much digitized content of your beautiful language. So your goal should be to make it digitally accessible, to enable these language models, as Rich just mentioned, to actually translate to and from that language, because that'll open the door to the world, literally, that'll open the door to the knowledge of the world to everybody in this room. And the language is the most important thing to invest on. I totally agree, we should not be you should probably not be investing on building large computers or do something like this, or foreign, I don't know, foreign mega corporations, but do the local culture. You can actually own your culture. You can own the data that comes with your culture if you collect it, and that is a form of digital sovereignty that I would prioritize. But then a little bit more practical, what else can you do with AI? I believe healthcare I started with studying, right? So that's still my number one. I will not repeat this, but study. Lift the population of the country to become future leaders, to be equal to anybody on the planet. That is possible now. But also healthcare. And I'm not advocating to replace doctors. I'm advocating that these doctors boost themselves to actually make better medical decisions, so they can consult language models, that knowledge that we have collected over centuries. They can easily consult it now for medical advice, clinical advice, clinical diagnosis. The same for agriculture. We had that earlier question about the security of farming, the security of animals. And I would interpret this in a way that this is also disease prevention. So there are wonderful models right now. These are not language models where you can take pictures of a diseased plant, for example, a coffee plant, and it'll tell you pretty exactly what the disease is and how to treat it. You can make irrigation plans. So all of these things is a wide variety of things that you can immediately get started today, actually. And he's checking his clock, so I will now. But there could be a long list of things, and I could go on for another 30 minutes, that you can start today. And I would really encourage you, especially the young people who are usually faster to adopt technology, use this technology today. If your mother and father has a farm, help them with this AI. Help them. Thank you.
Professor Jack,
let's see. If I heard the question right, the question is, what should Timor focus on first? What's the first focus for AI? And I would say the first focus could be to augment people who already deliver essential services. And it's not, don't try to replace what they do, but help them get their job done. I would agree with what's been said about languages. So I learned yesterday that there are 20 languages here in Timor, 20 languages. And that translation process can certainly be aided with the use of AI. Education and teacher support is another critical thing that AI can help with in terms of things. Thorsten mentioned agricultural extensions, which are certainly good. Basic government services is another area where AI can have an impact and influence. Public health information, certainly is another one that can help. But getting the language assistance for teachers and students, I think, is really one of the primary ways that should be put in place as soon as possible here in Timor.
So I have follow-up questions. So when we are talking about the AI for Tetun, as we know that language inclusion is the most important aspect we need to consider when we are talking about AI. And but language inclusion problem is not only lie on the in the model itself. It depends on local relevant data, evaluation framework, and also the one who built and maintained the system. So the question is, how for Tetun AI to become genuinely useful? What must Timor-Leste build locally, and what can it realistically adapt from the existing global technologies? We can start with the Professor Torsten.
So as I mentioned, I mean, the distinguishing factor about Timor-Leste is the culture. So you maintain the culture, but you have to codify it, and especially the language, Tetun. And what I would recommend is, you have all these cameras you're pointing at me, and I'm sure these cameras are recording people speaking in Tetun. And I'm sure all your TV and radio stations and newspapers have a large corpus of that local language. Take that corpus, go to these news stations, collect everything that has ever been said that was recorded in Tetun, written or said, and use that as a training corpus to fine-tune existing language models. And this gentleman can help you with this. So that'd be the immediate action I would start. I build my digital corpus, because that is how other countries have built these language models. You must have this information, and this information will remain with your country. That's your sovereignty. That is what you will own. And of course, it's extremely hard to train a large language model, so you can probably not do this by yourself. But again, this gentleman has already great collaborations with the country of Singapore, where I'm also part of a development where we build a model that's called Sea Lion, or they built the model, I'm just an advisor, that's called Sea Lion, that aims to be the best language model for all the ASEAN languages, where right now Tetun is not included primarily. There is some part in it, but it's not greatly included because of the lack of data. So I would recommend collect that data, get it all out of the radio stations and everything, and Facebook, and I don't know, all information you can find. And that needs a concentrated effort that maybe the government can help. So in Switzerland, we do the same thing. In Switzerland, we have a local language that is called Swiss German. It is somewhat of a dialect of the German language. And we have done this. We've scraped everything we could find, and we trained a language model that is actually fluent in Swiss German. So you should do something like that.
Professor Jet?
Well, let me just add to that and say that you don't really need to build the largest language model to do these things. It can be done quite small to begin with, and of course grow as things go out. But you want to make it yours. You want to make it AI Timorese, and have that be the basis for what you're trying to do. So the data would come in, the language resources are there. The evaluation of standards would help, the public interest applications you would gather, and make decisions about what the acceptable use of all of that information is. But make it about your own interests rather than more general. And you don't have to go out and buy a large supercomputer to have this. You can get started with a small device and gradually add to that over time. And when you need resources, if you need computing resources, you can augment that with cloud-based services.
Professor Rich?
I agree with all that's been said. I'd like to add one other element, which is the opportunities available in Timor. Timor is a small country, and so what do you do? Do you have top-level researchers, or do you emphasize just basic education? I think, I guess this is my message to the high-level decision makers, that it's important to have the full spectrum. There are smart people everywhere in the world. There are smart people in Timor, and you know, it's just that there's only 1.5 roughly people here, and so there aren't going to be that many, but there will be some, and you have to be opportunities for all the different levels. So there should be a spectrum of levels. There should be encouragement for people who need to go abroad to learn things, and then a place for them to come back to. And there should be all the different levels, including the highest level, a smaller amount, but there should be opportunities or employment places for top people in Timor, so that folks who leave to learn have an opportunity and a place to welcome them back to do that good research and to bring it back and have Timor be part of the worldwide effort of science and better understanding. Yeah. We can all do it, and we can all do it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we give the floor to the audience, I have just one quick question, can be answered quickly. So if the country must, if the country must choose between buying hardware and training 100 specialists, which investment should come first? We can start with Professor Rich.
The question is what investments we should make to help working towards the language. Is that the question?
Yeah, the question is if the country must choose between buying hardware and training 100 specialists in AI, what investment should come first?
Hardware and
training.
Well, we should definitely be looking towards open source methods. I think that's the only way you're going to make progress. You don't want to just, so all these mega companies that we mentioned, I think of them as American companies, they will offer you a suite. You just have to pay them money and they will do everything for you, and you won't have to think, and you won't be a real participant. You'll just be a buyer of AI, and you don't want to do that. You don't want to let your government officials do that with your funds and your, that would be a bad thing to do. Go open source, go to something you can participate in rather than just be buyers.
Okay, Professor Thorsten.
So I would say it very bluntly, which is interesting. I would not invest in hardware. I would invest in people. And the following reason: if you buy a piece of hardware, if you buy a computer today, that computer depreciates incredibly fast. So you better have to use it immediately. In 2 years, it's worth half of the money. In 4 years, it's worth basically nothing, and you throw it away. So that's a very bad, hardware is a bad investment in general, unless you can use it very wisely. People appreciate over time. They get more valuable. So if you invest in people, if you invest in the youth, as I just mentioned, you will actually get the future leaders be much stronger than today's leaders, right? And that is the right investment. And so somehow I would recommend to use AI as we have it today to boost the people in the room, in the country, the future generation, to be better educated. And that is really the main point when I say invest in people, education. And that piece will then automatically lead to progress and prosperity, because this is how humanity has worked so far. Better educated people create better educated societies, they create more prosperity, they create higher standard of living, and at the end more happiness, to quote the Princess of Bhutan from yesterday, because I'm fundamentally convinced we should all be striving for happiness. But we need to be in good health, we need to have enough food, we need to be we need to have some technology, some convenient living to be happy. So somehow we do need a reasonably developed environment to be happy. So that is what I would recommend. And so be careful with hardware investments. Of course, you need some minimal hardware investment. You need at least a device that shows you or that allows you to interact with the language model or with the environment. So you need a cell phone or something like this. But the investment is relatively small. And maybe the country, talking about the bigger companies, maybe the country wants to think about some central serving infrastructure to operate LLMs in case they become too expensive if you buy it from other people. But that is a minor cost. Don't build training infrastructure, for example. That can be rented. Other countries will probably give this to you for free. For example, Singapore. I mean, Singapore is actually computing in Switzerland. so we give compute to Singapore, and I'm sure you can just stick there. So that is, I'll close with that. Thank you.
Professor Jack, as expert in the supercomputing, what is your insight?
I'm going to disagree a little bit here with Thorsten. So I agree, people are the important thing. That should be number one, and that really is where the majority of the investment should be. You can't go wrong when you do that investment with people. However, we do need a way to do computing, and you have to have some basis for computing here. And I like a hybrid model, and the hybrid model says you should own some essential infrastructure to do the computations, and then you can rent or acquire peak things for peak capacity when needed. So
we are not disagreeing here.
Right. Well, okay, fine. We should be a little controversial, and we should be in a position to share the resources. So one thing that has to happen is that all of the computing users in Timor need to share that infrastructure when it is acquired. So you can't have isolated islands of computing here. You have to be able to aggregate the resources and share them amongst them. And that requires a good internet, a good way to do the communication, good storage mechanisms to have data be stored, and have the ability to share those resources, the cycles from the computing, as well as the technical competence to effectively use and maintain that equipment over a period of time. So again, a hybrid model, peak capacity when you need it, go out and buy cloud services. You can't do everything through cloud services. That just will not work, and the economy of that really doesn't make sense if you run the numbers. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. How se halo resumo barat lalai state depois ao se tempo atu ita husu pergunta. Nebe husi tene panelista atu conclude to bahire to kono computing no AI ida importante tebes katak itas sidak bele cria itene language model tamba questão ho dados ita se ia dados nebe mak utuan liu nebe disponível ia ekosistema online. Hanessa por exemplo quando silaionnya nebe tetun sidak inclui tamba ita menos dados. Mas na faten encoraja ita atu bele usa AI ba apoia ia educação ia saúde no ia área sira nebe mais importante. Ita na panelista mas dia kata ita na condição agora sidak ia necessidade atu hanuin Konaba supercomputing. Ita bele avança ho device ran nebe makik baitena necessidade bele mos ho técnica hybrid combina de ho di halo hanuin Konaba futuro AI nia ba itene rai ohin Loron. So now we have time for audience questions. We will begin with the 3 questions. Nebe ba si hirak nebe hakap su pergunta bele ba hak basic amba iha mikrofone tolu nebe ma prepara iha fatin tolu hotu nebe atu bele fair ita po tempo ba ida husi na ida husi se sound tolu nebe ma iha ita bele começa husi hanya soring karuk. So when the question is in the tune, Bele husu ita iha simultaneous translation. Nebe bele husu iha tetu labuatira bagi ita fuluk oportunidade bana inda husi limang karuk. Sepas favor.
So thank you very much for inviting me here. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Zuva, and now I'm studying University of Peace or UMPAS. Good. I am excited to be here, and this part we can consider it as a dialectic, because we can share to each other about AI or intelligence artificials. Thank you very much. Here, maybe I had 2 or 3 questions about some point that you said just now, and the first question is about how does artificial intelligence create new opportunity and risk for digital security? This is the first question, and the second is about what role should a school and university play in technology digital, especially about AI? And the third is about how can society balance technology development, personal freedom in our country, especially Timor-Leste. Thank you very much.
Did you get the point? I'm not sure what exactly is, because of the echo, I couldn't get. Okay, go ahead. We are almost running out of the time, so if it is possible, can be quick.
Okay, so I did not fully understand the question, but I believe it was about how can we adopt AI today in Timor society, and especially at the school level. I think that was the question. So let me try to answer that. I believe very pragmatically what you can do is you can start using publicly provided models like Gemini, ChatGPT, and sign up for an account, and you can simply start talking to them. You will need, it's probably most beneficial today to talk to them in English, and write by talking, I mean writing to them in form of text, and ask them questions, which is also a great opportunity for you to learn the language, to learn English. And then you can try Tetum. I would actually try that, because I believe some of those models, they may be doing something useful, but I don't know. So that would be my immediate lowest barrier of entry suggestion. Just try it. And if you don't know exactly how to do it, ask your friends. Somebody will know. And that's my suggestion.
Professor Rich, do you have any comment?
I want to make a comment that harkens back to the investment question. You know, we think maybe too often about what can the government do and what investments can it make, what things can it buy, or people that it can support. In many parts of the world, there's an entrepreneurial attitude, and we can have new companies that are formed. There's so many smart people. I'm thinking of all the students, and they're using their language, and they're using ChatGPT, and they know best what could be useful. I think we have to look to our something bottom up as well as top down, but something bottom up. And if we can have an incubator or other ways to encourage the creation of companies, small companies, by individuals in Timor, that I think has great potential. And if it's, I encourage everyone to think, what do you need, and what do you see that, I'll say it, AI can offer to help solve immediate problems. Bottom up.
Professor Jack?
So I think the university should teach AI. So you need a basis for these things, and you need a curriculum. So you need to have a plan for what you mean by AI and how you're going to accomplish it. And AI really, in the curriculum, you need to teach programming. Now, programming is going to be supplemented by AI in the future, but you need to know how to program. You need to know something about data structures. You need to know something about the overall framework by which these things are going to be built. You need to know about algorithms. So programming and algorithms sort of go together, and that's part of a basis for a course in here. Linear algebra, probability, data analysis are all critically important for AI, and that needs to be taught. Numerical methods and optimization play a role in the AI. Databases and data management are critical to AI's needs. Computer architecture, networks, and operating systems are another component that needs to be integrated somehow. Software engineering, cybersecurity and privacy that was talked about earlier this morning, machine learning and generative AI, those techniques, and the basis for how they work needs to be put into a curriculum, as well as how do you do the evaluation.
Translation.
Obrigado, Bob. Agradeço a laureados, cientistas e descobridores nebe mai haune arranque kuan Timor-Leste. Hau senti kata hau laos e Timor mai be hau iatia la leha. Tama bela asuru itabot sira nebe matene no descobridor ba mundo ninia. Uso desculpa, furak mas precisa atuar o balanço gender. Né os descobridores seriam problema, né? A comissão organizadora será precisa o balanço gender. Tambor sei que hoje né, mesa com maneira de se verificar que envolve mais feito para ita e a balanço gender. A minha pergunta a Badak no que tambah hau serviço ba feito no labari. Oinsa no atuhalo nusa bele e a solução nebe mak agora dadau itamores e a mundo tecnologia. Mundo de oin loro bele hare mundo seluk basic tema ita. Mas bemos e a mundo nene alete e a tráfico humano nebe barat. Oinsa atuhalo prevenção no usa a tu protege labari que no feito ser nemores li usi mundo tecnologia agora. Obrigado, Barak.
Professor Thorsten, you can start with the response.
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. Oh wait, thank you very much for this question. Yeah, I also feel like in heaven, so it's great. Gender balance, I agree. Fortunately, the next panel will be a woman, so let's just wait. Yes, just wait a couple of minutes, it'll happen. But now to answer the actual question. So I believe knowledge can help people, again, knowledge and education. So human trafficking is a huge problem. And the question is now, how can we enable the people being trafficked to actually try to prevent it and try to seek help? And much of this, I believe, is a knowledge problem, but I'm not an expert in this. Another option would be to enable more effective crime prevention. I mean, it is obviously a crime. And so use modern technology to prevent these crimes. But here, I'm not an expert, but I believe that if you take an expert, like yourself, the person who asked the question, and have yourself exposed to the technology, you will figure out how to use this technology to the benefit of whatever your problem is. So, and I would delegate this back to you to answer the question. But I would ask you to empower yourself with the knowledge of the world, as we discussed earlier, to answer your specific question with the help of AI, which is what the panel is about. So I'm not an expert in your problem, but I believe artificial intelligence, or let's call it language access, knowledge access, can help your problem.
Professor Rich, do you have any comment?
We need respect for the individual overall. I agree.
That's it? Okay. Thank you. Ita iha pergunta si...
We've got somebody in the middle. You got right here, right here. You can't
can we just go to that side? Okay. Ita henlay de pre confirma tempo tamba ita bele for tempo vai tene alim mane. Por favor. Se bele pergunta.
The students from that side has already come to the side for the questions. Questions here.
Okay. I think you can go.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Shavita, and I'm from St. Anthony's International School. So my question is, how does AI develop the creativity of us youth for Timor-Leste and gives us more opportunity for the future? Thank you.
Okay, Professor.
So let me just say something to that. What we call AI today really doesn't have creativity at all. It does not have creativity. That's something that still needs to be provided, and one of the great limitations of current systems. But let's acknowledge what they do have. They do have a gigantic amount of knowledge. You know, they're like savants. They know so much, but they can't add to it. They can create images that are like existing images, but they can't really add to it. They can if anything they add to it is more an error or hallucination. They can't add creativity. Not yet, in my opinion.
Professor Thorsten?
Yeah. Thank you very much for this question. I'm honored. That was probably the youngest person asking a question to me for a long time. That was great. And I believe you're having the right mindset, because you're curious about AI. Like, this is exactly what you have to be. You have to have the curiosity. And one thing I wanted to add to what Rich just said, and this is exactly 100% agreed, mix that curiosity with your natural creativity to use AI, to have it empower you with the knowledge of the world to solve whatever problem you want to solve. Pick a problem. We don't all have to work on AI. We don't all have to learn about computer science and what Jack mentioned. Many people in the room, many of the youth will not study computer science or operating systems and hardware architectures like we did. But many of you will, without fully understanding how it works, but that's not even necessary, because do we understand how a car works in detail? No, probably some of us, but some of us do not, and we use it. It's fine, right? But you can use it to empower yourself, to do something that you wouldn't be able to do otherwise, right? And that is really the way you should use it. So that's use your creativity, use your enthusiasm and natural questioning like we've just seen. Wonderful. Thank you.
Professor Jack.
So, of course, I agree with what's been said. But you have you're the future, and you have the ability today to just absorb a tremendous amount of information and not be corrupted by things that you haven't learned yet. So you really have the opportunity to absorb and to use it and to further the field. But you are the future.
So thank you. I'm sorry, desculpa tinalin sira ho participante.
You can take the kid. There's one more. There's one more kid.
Okay, okay, okay.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Rosa. I'm from St. Anthony International School. So my question is, how is AI powerful to change the youth of Timorese peoples. Thank you.
Okay, we can start with Professor Jack.
Rich, did you want to take it? Should I? So the question was, how is AI powerful to shape the future of the Timor-Leste people? So thank you very much again for this great question. Maybe the second youngest or youngest, I don't know. So we should see. So I believe it is really empowering through knowledge delivery. So you can now benefit, specifically everybody in this room can benefit from anything any human has ever written, pretty much. And you can access it. And you can build your future on it. So you can understand what somebody else on the other end of the planet invented to grow better coffee, for example. Right? So you do not have to talk only to your neighbors, but you have a global way of knowledge accumulation and communication that we never had before. So there's the full democratization of knowledge across our planet. So we can learn from different cultures, we can learn from different people that we have never met in our life, but we are learning from them. And that is the technology that will empower Timor-Leste people, because for each of us, for all of us, there is a lot to learn. Again, study, 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 right? You have the infinite opportunity that no generation before you had. You're incredibly privileged. All of you are privileged. I did not have that privilege. I did not have access to AI systems. I had to go to a library, and as we heard before, it's probably closed and doesn't have the book I want, and it's terrible. No, it wasn't terrible. It was okay. But you have much easier access to information as any of us sitting here had when we were your age. So if you do not develop to be much smarter, much more knowledgeable than we are, then I have to say, you didn't study, and it's your fault. Right?
Okay, and you can share with the world. You can share the Timorese culture with others. It's both directions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are running out of the time, so let's applause for the speakers. If anyone to have any more questions, you can have a conversation with our speakers at the lunch time or at the spare time where we have during this summit. So thank you so much for the panelists for sharing your invaluable knowledge with us, where most of us are young Timorese. We believe that it will be the best lesson for us. So let's join me to thank our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gabriel de Jesus, and also to our sincere thanks to Professor Richard Sutton, Professor Jack Dongara, and Professor Torsten Hoefler for sharing their perspectives on this rapidly evolving field. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our final session of the morning brings the discussion closer to one of the summit's most important questions for Timor-Leste. How do we build the people, institutions, and education systems needed for scientific progress? The session is entitled Teaching Science in Developing Countries. We are delighted to welcome Professor Sarah Seeger, an internationally renowned autophysicist and recipient of Kavli Prize in Astrophysics. The discussion will be moderated by Dr. Samuel Venancio Freitas, a Timorese chemical engineer, an academic with extensive experience in higher education, science, and academic quality assurance. Dr. Freitas and Professor Seeger, the floor is yours.
So thank you for the opportunity. Your Excellency President of Republic, Your Excellency Vice Prime Minister, all the members of the 9th Government of Timor-Leste, distinguished scientists, especially those coming from overseas, distinguished guests, all the participants here, mainly students, academic staffs, the policy makers from schools and also from the universities, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. So welcome to the session, Teaching Science in Developing Countries. I guess this topic is very accessible for all because we are all here, we learn, we teach, and then many of us here are students and lecturers. So my name is Samuel Freitas, as already mentioned. I am chemical lecturer, a chemistry lecturer. So I will be trying to have this conversation because with our unique, the only speaker today. So agora ia balanço gênero, there is now gender balance. So we have here Professor Sarah. I am more chemistry and then you are more physics. So physics and chemistry, we try to give our best to this audience today because it is relevant to Timor-Leste, because every day, everywhere, we talk about teaching, quality of teaching, teaching science. So based on that, we will talk, but before that, I will give you the arrangement of our discussion. In first place, I will introduce you to the audience, and then you will have some times, because only as 1 hour, you will have some times to expose your insights on the topic and also your experience, your scientific journey, and then I will come up with some following questions, and then in the end, of course, there will be Q&A session. So let me introduce you to the audience. Professor Sarah Seeger is currently professor at MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. So with appointments in physics, planetary science, aeronautics, and astronauts. So dealing with the flight and with the space. She is a leading scientist in exoplanet research. Exoplanet means planet outside our solar system. And search for life beyond Earth. She received the 2024 Kepler Prize in astrophysics for her groundbreaking work on exoplanets and their atmospheres. Her work has also contributed to major space missions, including, we already know about NASA's TESS mission and the MIT-led Asteria. That is our second space telescope enabling research in astrophysics. And then CubeSat. This is a very small satellite that she will able to talk us what is that. So from 2 days ago in the dinner, she also told me that after this event, she will be participating in the rocket launching. So this is also a very good moment to know that Professor Sarah Seeger is a real leading expert in this area, namely physics, and then going from the classroom to the big project, like rocket, launching rocket. After that, Professor Sarah Seeger, welcome once again. Thank you for being here. Now I would like to ask you, because this is just you and me, no other panelist, because we are talking about teaching, we would like you to, based on your experience and insights, just to expose what would be the ideal architecture for teaching science. Before looking specifically to Timor-Leste, everywhere, namely in the developing countries, from your experience, I guess you know many realities. From that experience, what would be the ideal architecture for teaching science? I mean, teaching maybe physics, maths, chemistry, and then biology. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So in answer to your question, I came up with 5 points. But the very first basic thing to know is teaching science and learning, it's not about facts. It's about thinking, how to think. That's the goal of science education. Now, we had so many questions from young people. How's AI going to help? How can AI help me be more creative? No, let's forget about AI for a moment. and think about learning through doing. So remember, it's not about facts and equations, but it's about the thinking process, like asking your own question and trying to find your own answer. The ideal science education helps students learn all of that. And the number one way to do that is through experiments and laboratories. Because just learning like the words and the facts, it is not going to help you learn how to think and how to do things. So I wanted to tell you about my favorite physics experiment in high school. And this is one that you can all do here. And I hope later that Dr. Samuel can think of a chemistry experiment everyone could do. So my teacher in high school had a big wooden board that he put across the room. And this board had a hole in it. And we had to get a spring. So this is my hair elastic, but a spring, and shoot it across the room to go into the hole. But we had to use an equation. And first, we had to measure like how springy is that spring. Is it like stiff or is it easy to pull? Hooke's constant. I don't know here how many people know Hooke's law. Yeah. So we had to measure how stiff the spring was. Then we had to choose the right equation to use. And all the information we had was the distance to the board with the hole in it. Now, how many students just kind of eyeballed it? Well, I picked my equation, I made the measurement, and we only knew the distance across the room, and what we had to figure out was what angle do we put the spring at? So is it like straight across, straight up, or what angle? We had to figure out the angle from the equation alone that would get the spring through the hole. So I watched my classmates like do this experiment, and it came my turn towards the end, and I was like getting ready, and I measured I knew the angle I wanted to do, I shot the angle, and wow, mine went through the hole. And then I was like, wow, an equation could predict what could happen. And just was really eye-opening. I really hope that every student here gets to do that experiment, with your help, a wooden board, a spring, measuring tools, because learning how to make a prediction and use equations is really, really important. Now I'll move on to step 3 of an ideal science education, and it is related to the experiments also. But this is, students need to be allowed to fail. One problem we have in America right now is people are not allowed to fail. But the only way you can really learn is by making mistakes. Now, I don't mean failing the entire course, no, but in context of experiments. Because when an experiment fails, then you have to learn how to look at each step of that experiment and ask yourself, why did this not work? So being able to do experiments, but not only that, being allowed to fail at the experiment and figure out what went wrong and try it again and again. Because that builds resilience, but more important, it builds the ability to problem solve. So thinking is about solving problems, and that's all really important. I did want to add one about math, because usually math is taught separately from all the other sciences, but we really need to integrate mathematics to chemistry and physics and biology, because understanding the uncertainty of your measurements and basic statistics, it all should go together. So let's see, I did want to get onto my, I think, final point, which was harder to explain actually. But we really want to try to have problems that are related to Timor-Leste environment. So in terms of like when it comes time to learn about chemistry and physics, we want to be able to include problems that are really relevant here, like agriculture, right? Because that's our biology and chemistry. And we want to be able to include things about climate and a lot of other topics that naturally fold into it all. So I'm going to summarize now what I think is the ideal education. Number 1, it is thinking about science not as facts, but about learning how to think and problem solve. What goes together with that is number 2, that's experiments and being able to do laboratory science. Number 3 is letting students fail, because failing in experiments is key to problem solving. Number 4 was embed mathematics in these subjects, in addition to having it separate. And number 5 is making sure the topic is interesting and relevant to this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this first question. So I hope you all, mainly students and some lecturers present here, you can use the translation device so to make easy our conversation. And then I also, because Professor Sarah is explaining very comprehensively, so I guess it is good for us. So the next question for you before, because we still have time, I was asking you about the architecture. But when we think about teaching science, teaching several components should be there. The one that everyone here knows, because this is we are very familiar with these issues about education, is curriculum. Curriculum, mainly curriculum development and also the supporting system. In terms of curriculum, this is the challenge from Timor-Leste that I just want to expose, and then we will want to hear your advice on this. In Timor-Leste, we have curriculum from the secondary high school, and then also we have curriculum from the tertiary education of universities. For the tertiary universities, we indeed have the standard curriculum. And then down there we have also some guidelines to develop a curriculum for the secondary high school, namely for the science and then how to teach that. But sometimes there are some dilemma between people. So you can graduate teacher, good teacher, but with, how to say, not in balance with the science contents. Sometimes also we produce graduates with very good science in terms of knowledge, but not as good in terms of pedagogy. So when we come to the curriculum, based on your experience, what balance we should have? Because many of the higher education institutions are also thinking about creating curriculum with more science and then some minor contents of pedagogy. So this will be a kind of good shape for the curriculum for teaching science based on what you know.
Well, I did leave that off my list, but it was right there wanting to be on, which is we need very amazing teachers and curriculum and enthusiastic teachers who know what they're doing. But it's not just here, everywhere we have that same dilemma. Is like, but I think you need to be able to train people to do both. I mean, you strike me as an excellent communicator and scientist, PhD. We need to encourage more of the people to have a deep science knowledge and be a good teacher. But this isn't a problem unique here.
So let us give a big round of applause to Professor. I guess because we have many minutes, because being only a panel allows us to have a good discussion. So I already asked two questions. After this, maybe I will allow the audience, because many students here also want to know. But at least give me first, I would add one question to you, and then I will shift the floor to the audience. You know, when we talk about the teaching ecosystem, or I mean teaching supporting system, in a country like our, Timor-Leste, and then because even we think that science is important and is the base for everything, but when the teaching is not okay, then we are still down there. So we cannot talk about science, importance of science, when the teaching is not okay. So based on this, beyond the curriculum, you were talking about the several experiments at the laboratory, But when we do not have this complete and then this satisfactory infrastructure for teaching, for learning science, mainly for experimental science as biology, chemistry, and physics, what would you like an expert see in the first place that we could invest in?
Well, one thing I'd like to see an investment in is teachers themselves. And I've met a good number of people who went abroad. They went to Spain or Portugal or Australia to get a master's degree or PhD. I would like to see some of those people being the teachers. And we really need those true experts to come in the classroom, because speaking of experiments, here's where you could use AI. You could literally go to AI and say, give me 12 low-cost experiments in physics and in chemistry. And with someone like you, or the people trained abroad, you could understand how to implement those on the cheap. That's why I picked the experiment I described. It's a wooden board with a hole in it and some springs. But you need the teachers who know enough to be able to read the AI and understand it and help implement the experiments. So I'd like to see an investment in teachers. And it's not overkill to have a PhD and become a teacher. And there are people who have those who come back here, and maybe they're going to teach part-time and not full-time, but they do their other job part-time. But we really need those people in the classroom. And I want to hear your thoughts on that, because you're one of those people. And you may feel like high school, is not what you're trained for, but we need some of the people to invest. What are your thoughts?
Thank you, Professor Sarah. Now, my last question before, I was saying that I would shift only the floor, but I have more challenge. One of the big challenges in our country when we deal with science, that the science mostly is summarized in the classroom and laboratory. We couldn't. So when we talk that if here some scientists, Timorese scientists, I guess we are very few. So Timorese people, maybe we need more years ahead to be scientists as you. So one day we can be also laureate prize in terms.
I just want to say one more thing. Pretty much every child is born a scientist. Anyone here who has kids, or if you are a kid, you have so many questions about the world around you. You know how kids, they won't stop asking, why is the sky blue? Why this, why that? So we do need to help the culture embrace that and help kids get answers and help kids still love their questions, because that curiosity will, if we can keep that curiosity going and answer questions. I know you have children and you can answer their questions, but not all the parents can. So we need to help the society maintain that curiosity.
Thank you. So now I move the floor to the audience. We are talking also at the lunch time, so we will wait until the 1 o'clock. So I will say to those that want to raise their hands to do the questions, please go directly. Normally in science we go directly, we do not go around. So please do that. And then we are talking about teaching science, mean how to teach, what we need, what is the quality, so everything that you want to know about this, how to do the research, and then how the research support the teaching, this will be the focus of your question. So please do the questions and then introduce yourself first, and then ask directly, and then Professor Sarah will answer. If you could do that in English, then better for me. Otherwise, Professor will use the translation device. So we have I will collect first 3 questions. First, and then she will answer, and then after that, another three until 1 o'clock. So 1 from there, 1 from here, and then another 1 from here, 3. So we will start from there, 1, and then in the middle part. So big senior student.
Check. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to ask the question. We see in reality in Timor-Leste, The students are struggling to understand technical terms. So the question is, how can science be taught effectively in Timor-Leste using Latin and Portuguese when most science material are English? So would you mind please answer the question? Thank you.
After. So the first question is about technical terms, how to understand. The second question?
Thank you very much. A very good morning. Thank you so much, Professor Sarah, for your insightful. My name is Diva. I'm a former lecturer at one of the private institutions in Timor-Leste. I didn't teach science, actually, but I did teach English language and also research method. So my question is, many developing countries, including Timor-Leste, the government of Timor-Leste, we heavily invest in science education, for example, STEM, but still struggle to translate that investment into scientific capacity. So as lecturer yourself, and I believe that you have a bunch of experiences, in your view, what is the most fundamental barrier preventing students in countries, in developing countries, specifically like Timor-Leste, from developing a strong culture of scientific inquiry, and how we can overcome it? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we register the second question. The third one from this side.
Okay, thank you. I have a question. Its topic is very interesting for me. So I have a question that how can developing country provide high quality science education to all students when a school have limited teachers, technology, funding, and learning resources? This is my question.
Thank you, everyone. So we have now three. I guess you already hear all the questions. So please give some.
The first question was about technical terms and how do we teach in Portuguese and the national language. We need to just invest in like a dictionary to translate those terms. We're going to have to perhaps build your own technical terms in your own national language in order to be able to do science in that language. So that's just something you're going to have to work on. And you know, maybe with the LLMs, we heard they're trying to build one in the language. One could query the AI when it's ready and get help, like understanding what those terms mean. That's the first one. The second question I already forgot already.
The second question was about the investing in STEM, but the challenge is about translating this to the...
No, that was the first question. The second question.
The second question for yeah.
Yeah, the second question.
Because the second question was about the translating the...
Oh, right. How do you, well, I know the question, right. The thing is, I was told here, is it correct that there's no laboratories in the high school? Is that correct? Laboratory, there's no lab.
No, laboratory is about the third question.
Yeah, no, it's related, but you know, you have to examine the curriculum and see, is it like fact-based or experiment-based? Because if you're just teaching science as a bunch of facts, it's not helpful. And then people can't go on to be a scientist or be a good science teacher or work in industry. So it's really, really, really important to examine the curriculum, and you know, it's more than just me talking for 1 minute on it. It's to consult with experts on the curriculum and make sure that it's inspiring how to learn how to think scientifically and not just learn facts. And that is related to the third question. But in the third question, the person said, how can we become better with STEM education if we don't have, and listed 4 things. And the answer is you need those things. You know, you have to have money, and you have to have not fancy laboratory, but very basic laboratories. You know, you don't need a lot of technology, but you need to invest in the teachers who can implement simple experiments, and you have to have like activity-based science. So the answer is you can't get better unless you invest in these things at some level.
Thank you very much, Professor Sarah. So now we can keep going with the next 3 questions more, because we see here more some lecturers and students from several institutions. We go from this side. Now you.
Hello, my name is Jarilene Sagrada Luisa Amaral Alves. I'm from Colégio Paulo VI, and my question is, can science discover something we don't have words for?
Can science discover what?
Something we don't have words for.
Something we don't have. Okay. Thank you very much. So now the second one.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Nelson. Here relate to the explanation that you have done already in terms of the laboratory. Like right now, we have also a problem related regarding to the materials that we need to use in the laboratory. So in my experience, one of the resources that I try to use like numerical simulation in the physics teaching. So I really want to know what is your opinion about using the numerical simulation in the physics teaching. Thank you.
Yeah, because in the physics sometimes there is a lack of the laboratories supporting infrastructure. So if it's possible to use simulations, yeah, simulation for the physics learning, teaching and learning. So the next one from that, the third one.
Hello, my name is Kaushik and I'm from India. So I have a question so you said, ma'am, that the thinking is the goal of science and experiments teach us to the failure. So in a world where AI can increasingly predict answers, give us all the steps and gives us all the possibilities, so relying on too much AI, would it take away the most important part of the science, like doing the experiment?
Okay. Thank you. Now we have 3 questions already registered, and then you can...
The first question, can science discover things we don't have words for yet? Yes. And that's why science is so amazing. It is the joy of discovery. And in science, we can discover brand new things that we cannot describe right now. And so that is a great question. And I wish that the person who asked the question and everyone here has the chance to discover. Now, sometimes, so let me go to the third question, and then I'll come back to the second question. The third question was, can AI just do all of this? AI knows everything, it can give you all the steps and solve it. Like, that is true for education, but it's not true for discovery, at least not yet. So when we scientists work at the very edge of knowledge, AI cannot help. Trust me, we ask it a question, it has no idea, and it often doesn't. We heard in the last session, one of the problems with AI right now is it doesn't always know true from false. So AI might pretend like it can know something, but it cannot get us to the next level. All it can do right now is it's trained on knowledge we already have. So another thing with AI that's really a problem is that we're going to get to the point where AI is doing it all for us, but how do we know if it's right? And we can only know whether AI is right or wrong if we humans ourselves understand what is behind it. So even in our training in America, we get undergraduates who, they just use AI. They use AI to code, and then they use another AI to check the code, and they get results. And they have no idea whether these results are right or wrong. And we have to force them to take a step back and to try to validate each step. So yes, you could use AI, but then you're not learning it on your own. And then it's another story about AI getting out of control and getting ahead of us. But it's not going to help us become individual thinkers, you know? Like, let's put it this way. Let's imagine that the doctors here do rely on AI for, images. Like, do you want AI to decide let's say you have a problem and a disease, and AI finds out about the disease based on images of scans you've uploaded. I mean, do you want AI to decide what operation you're getting? No, you don't want AI to decide. You want to decide. But if you can't think clearly and understand all the steps, how are you going to do it? So it's still really important. Finally, there was a question about how, since laboratories are limited and funds are limited, is it okay to use computer simulation instead? Now, you want to use computer simulation, but not instead. And I hope that the one outcome of me being here, of all the visitors here, is that people like Dr. Samuel go into the high schools and help implement just simple experiments where you don't need a giant laboratory for, like the one I described. And you can use AI to suggest those experiments and try them. So simulation will not effectively replace the act of doing things for real.
Thank you very much, Professor Sarah. Once again, we big round applause to Professor Sarah. So we still have more time. So now everyone can talk. We still have around 10 minutes more. So I see that only students are doing the questions, but we are also here lecturers. Sometimes when we talk about smart education using AI, the problem, the challenge also comes to the teacher. How to check, how to accompany these kind of issues. So I would love to see also some lecturers raising some questions about this. But let us first register three from the audience, mostly students. So we first from that.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Ivan. Thank you for Professor Sarah for your presentation. I just want to ask about, as a teacher, or how did you agree AI is stopping critical thinking? Because people are accessing the information are really instantly, and they are not researching it and everything like that. That's the kind of problem that Timor-Leste have right now that's need to solve immediately. And the second one, if you have a message for youth people of Timor-Leste to have a courage to studying in science, what will it be? Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last one will be the home taken message. So after that, and then the first question you already about AI can stop the critical thinking. The second question from you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity that's given to me to ask the question. I'm from Estanato San Jose School. So my question is, what role should governments and international organizations play in improving science education? And how can science lessons be connected to local problems such as climate change, health, agriculture, and the environment? So that's all my short question. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. This is the relation of science to the real.
Yeah, okay. That was
the third one from the student as well, from the school.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alandrinho, and I'm student from Colégio Paulo VI. And my question is for Professor Sarah. And I'm curious to know about astrophysics. And my question is, how long will it take to go to planet Mars with the technology we have today?
So, yeah.
All right.
So following the mechanism, now we have three questions. So Professor Sarah will answer.
Good question, yeah. Let's just, okay, so the first question was about AI is stopping our critical thinking, and this is a big problem for Timor-Leste. I want to assure you it's a problem all over the world. No one has an answer for it yet. And even teachers, we have to admit, are, can get, AI, we're all getting a bit lazy with AI. So I want the young people, we'd like you to solve this. What will motivate you not to just go to AI every day for your homework? It's really hard. I mean, there's a lot of ideas out there, that's why I'm really big on the laboratory experiments, the simple experiments and doing it yourself, because AI can't physically do it for you. I don't know if you've all been watching the TikTok videos on the Chinese robots in the races. Super funny. We right now don't have robots to do our experiments in the classroom, so I think that to me is one of the main ways to get around it. Let's see, the other one was, what role should the government play in all of this? I think we need to invest more, actually. Invest in the teachers, like I said, the teachers who know how to implement the science experiments. And, okay, about going to Mars, let me ask all the youth here. If you could go to Mars, would you go? Who would go to Mars? Can you translate that? Because I want to see who would go to, I'm sure way more would go to Mars.
Ya, o Indian tempo hirama ka demora to ba Mars. Mart. Sebadu ni sama kakar ba.
Well, right now, it takes about 6 months to get to Mars.
6 months.
6 months. You get launched in a rocket. It takes about 6 months to get there. You'd land on Mars, and it will be a tough place there. It's very cold. There's no air. There's no oxygen. And the first group of people who go, they probably won't survive. And right now, it's too risky. We don't really have the right technology, like to protect ourselves from damaging radiation. We don't really know how to launch off of Mars and how to carry enough fuel to get there and launch and come back. So I'd say, if we invested every penny we had on Earth, we could be ready to go in about 10 years. But at the rate we're going now, and with the attention going to the moon and not Mars anymore, it's probably still 20 or 30 years away. So if you're 10 years old right now, then maybe you'll be about 30 years old when the first people go to Mars.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I do. They did want to ask, what is my message to the Timorese youth? And here I want to say that you really, resilience and perseverance are the most important characteristics you can have in a young country. And we do have a phrase that's easier said than done, but it's, if there's a will, there's a way. So I want you all to have your dream. And you need to reach out to people like Dr. Samuel, and there's other people here I've met who run businesses and work together to find something you love doing that you're good at, that you can find a way to make happen. Okay.
Thank you once again. So because we are also running out of time, we have more questions. I will give the floor to all of you, but only we have a few minutes. So now we will go to the professor. And then we go more to...
All right. Well, thank you. I will follow up on the last question that was asked to you, which clearly shows that school children are interested in the sky and astronomy. But I'll ask you a question that's more directly related to your own work. Can you tell us what is the current status of the Venus Life Finding mission?
Yes, so one of the really big questions out there is there life beyond Earth? Because even though here we're struggling on an everyday basis and it's just hard to get by, the universe is full of possibilities. And some people think there's life, not intelligent humanoids, not aliens, but little bacteria, maybe bacteria, simple life, on Mars beneath the surface. And I personally have been working on Venus, the planet Venus. Now tonight, after sunset, I want you to look in the sky, and the brightest thing in the sky right now is Venus after sunset. It is so bright, you can't miss it, Venus. And I've been working on an idea that's been around for a long time, that maybe there's life on Venus, life in the clouds of Venus. Little bacteria floating around inside the cloud. And the clouds of Venus, it's a bit involved to explain it all, but let's just say it's a very dangerous environment. Our life could not survive in the clouds. It would be a different kind of life. And we're trying to send missions to Venus to look for complex molecules that indicate there might be life there. And we have a series of missions planned. And our first mission is called the Rocket Lab mission to Venus, and launch is about a year away.
Before I go, but Venus is part of our solar system, right?
Venus is part of our solar system. It's our nearest planet. Usually you don't hear about Venus because it's a very dangerous planet. You don't want to go to Venus yourself because the surface is so hot, we would not survive. But in the clouds of Venus, very far above the surface, it's the right temperature for life. And we actually think there might be miniature life there.
Thank you. So now we go to the students. We have many students want to ask, but we only have, I guess, 5 minutes before lunch. So you can all put the question together fastly, and Professor will answer to all the questions, and then we will finish right there. So 3 from here, and then 3 from here. So be quick as scientists. We do not go around. So now 3 students from there. and then 3 students from here will register the question. So, please.
So, good afternoon. My name is Angelica da Costa Siqueira, and I study in ABC Bidau Kadirung, and I'm 14 years old. So my question is about how does PSIC help us create AI and robot? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, from here, next.
Hello everyone, my name is Timoria Gracia Filomena Doregos Posto da Costa. I am a student from Amigo de Jesus. So my question is, which celestial objects have the strong gravity? Is there some changing in our solar system? Because the sun's heat is increasing slowly.
So thank you. The next one from that, the white student. White.
So, good afternoon. My full name is Graciela Arista Sufa da Costa. I study in Bidau Kadirung. My question is, do you think AI can replace basic scientists in future? Why or why not? Thank you.
AI what? Replace scientists?
AI, do you think AI can replace basic scientists in future?
I don't understand the last one, the last part. Replace what? Scientist?
Wait.
You can speak in Portuguese. I'm
Portuguese, okay.
What AI can replace what? Science?
Espera um pouco.
Oh. No. Wait. So.
Por que AI pode ser, por que AI pode ser trocar cientista física, pode ser trocar cientista física no futuro?
All that, yeah, AI can replace the
pode ou não?
Yeah.
Não. Quando não pode se explicar.
Okay.
Quando pode se
pergunta já está registrada. Agora the next one from this.
So, secondary general Anur. My question is, how can human and AI work together to solve problem about chemistry? So that's all. Thank you.
Chemistry, not physics. More. So maybe from Senhor.
Boa tarde e bem-vindo para cientista Sira. O Simão Tomac, pelo Tomai Timor. Eu agradeço para nós matenek nós Sira pelo Toma Amirain. Eu hoje EBC Barlau. Eu preocupação ida, eu questão ida Konaba planeta. Antes tempo ia ami Sira ita Sira pakotuk planeta Sia. Depois século 20 Rohan toma século 21 planeta ne walu de. Apakah cientista Sira uluk salah? Ou cientista Sira agora tem que justificar buatnya. Tambah uluk liwa planeta ne Sia.
Agora walu, okay.
Agora walu de. Ida ne det mahami duvida.
Okay. From what we learned that before several years ago the number of planet was 9. Now we just have 8. What is the explanation for that? The last question from the student, and then.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Fina, and I'm from university, which is UMPAS. And my question is, how can developing countries improve science and technology education? That's my question, and thank you very much for everybody full attention.
What? Please you repeat.
I got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
How can developing countries improve science technology education?
Improve science technology education. Okay, thank you very much. Now we finish with the questions. So we will give the floor to Professor Sarah to answer all the questions.
Great. Well, to summarize, I'll answer the last one first. To summarize what we talked about earlier in the session, we want to invest in teachers. And we have a number of people who did their master's and PhD abroad, and those people can be used to help train more teachers and to go into the classroom. Number 2 was to, have experiment-based learning. And number 3 was to tie that to topics of interest in the local environment. So those are the 3 answers to that. I'll go to this fun question about, we used to have 9 planets. Why do we have 8 now? Because Pluto is not a planet. In fact, this is a really good example. Science should not be done by voting, but in this case, Pluto was outvoted. And there's a really specific reason. It was a fight between 2 groups of astronomers. One group said anything massive enough to be round, to pull itself into a round shape, to have enough gravity to be round, should be a planet. But if that's correct, we would have like 20 planets, because we have an asteroid and there's stuff far away and they're all round. And that was just too confusing. So the other group said it not only has to be round, but it has to be able to clear its orbit, because Pluto is not alone. It's part of the Kuiper Belt that has thousands of little tiny objects, little tiny icy bodies. So Pluto is not massive enough to clear its orbit. And so that was the fight, was between those 2 groups, and people voted and decided Pluto could not be a planet. And that was the end of Pluto, unfortunately. Yeah. So we had another question about our solar system and what's changing there, and that our sun is changing. Our sun is changing, it's getting brighter. I don't really have a great answer to that. I just want to say I love how there's a lot of questions about astronomy. Next we had, how can AI create robots? How does physics help? We all follow the laws of physics. I don't know if you watch TikTok. One of my sons, he's 21, he banned me from TikTok. He said, do not watch TikTok, because it's really bad for your brain. But I love the robots in China, because they did these races, but a lot of them fail. And they fail because of physics, really. So everything follows the laws of physics. We need physics to program the robots. That's how AI and physics helps. Now about chemistry, AI has been really helping chemistry a lot, because discovering new drugs and discovering new materials, it takes a really long time. And AI is helping speed all of that up by, you feed it in all the different chemistry, and it helps move through all of the options much more quickly. We had a question, will AI replace scientists? Well, we haven't talked about the dangers of AI here, and it's actually like a whole other topic right now. And we do have one of our guests, Thorsten over there, who works on this, and it's pretty scary how fast AI is going. We think it's going to take over pretty much every job eventually. I know that's not the topic for now, but someone had actually asked about it. So I think that gets all the questions, but before we wrap up, I did just want to discuss the gender equality, because we had a question about that earlier. And I'm really pleased by how many, obviously there's a lot of girls here in school, and a lot of the girls ask me questions. So there's 2 things. One is, we heard it before, respect for the individual. That's really hard. We're all very biased in our thinking, but we need all the leaders, and all the leaders who are mostly men, to be open-minded to women's ability. And it's nearly impossible to affect change, but we have to work really hard on that. Number 2 is helping the girls maintain confidence. Because one thing we've seen all around the world is that boys are more confident than girls, and we need to help them build and maintain their confidence. So those are 2 things, and are we ready to wrap up now?
Yeah.
I just want to thank all of you for all of your questions, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Professor Sarah. I guess I will not have a time to wrap up to do the summary. I guess all of our audience, they understand about this. And then I just want to acknowledge to say thank you for you, because we learn a lot with you, sharing this experience, inspiring experience. Mainly when we talk about science, this is I personally love a lot. And then also in Timor-Leste, this is also could be and it should be a hot issue, mainly when we link science to the development, and then as well also to intelligence artificial, 3 hot topics that could be, when together well developed, will help our country following the good path for development. Based on that, because we are already on time, lunch time, I would like to Also, thank you to all the audience. Obrigado, Barak. Perguntas outro nebe halo diak tebes. If you have other question, then after this, maybe you can find Professor Sarah somewhere here, and then you can talk like me talking 2 days ago, so we know each other. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, by Prime Minister, and then have a nice lunch.
Thank you very much, Dr. Freitas, and also Professor Sarah Seer. Let's give another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for sharing experience and insights. Beforehand, I would like to invite the Vice Prime Minister for his intervention. Convidei todo pela turla e a intervenção Sua Excelência Vice-Primeiro-Ministro.
Good afternoon for all the panels. I would like to invite all of you to have a lunch behind here. And thanks for all your contribution this morning. President will come back this afternoon for our closing ceremony. So enjoy your lunch. Thank you for all. Para estudantes sirahutu, maluk sirahutu, almoço prepara hela heliur, bait votira, ketaluang orsira tu kohat, Presidente da República se maitaka, itania sessão. Nebe, um sirahutu, tu jovem sirahutu, que ta fila lai. Rona, hanghutu, hela lai hene, rona tang, bot barak ma imbele aprende, usi itania samitidane. Rona glai? Pronto, obrigado. Bom almoço, eh? Basta lima bay mahoto. Enjoy your life. Thank you.
For Information Science and Technology Expo remains open, and we encourage you to continue exploring the exhibitions during the break. Our afternoon program begins at 2:30, but we'll start calling everyone to come back inside the conference hall at 2:15. Please note that the afternoon includes youth dialogue session, science careers around the world, alongside parallel workshop taking place as part of the wider summit program. And we'll see you shortly at 2:15. Catalua tu visita na fatin na exposição e parte soring no ita se continua ho itani almoço to tukurua hobalon mave ia tukurua li minuto sanul vai sin lima ami se ho convida na ita hoto tu beletama fil fali mai salão larang tamba tu irmã ita se íamos programa ga workshop paralelo sessão diálogo ho jovens nebe além ser nebe maqui interesse beleronamos Konaba Hanoi carreira Sciensia ia mundo tomak nebema corsida se halamos ia fatin pavilhão inian também dene parte da husi teni programa Simeira inian então que talua ita citama filfali tu curua li minuto sanulo recém lima bom proveito.
Subai kipa protokolo sira belak basic mai hene.
Yeah.
Okay. It is hard to say that there was one pivotal moment that changed everything. My father was an engineer, and I was really excited by what he was doing. And he had his private business in engineering. And so I always wanted to become an engineer, in fact, mechanical engineer. But I ended up doing electrical engineering because I felt that, you know, with electronics, even mechanical things could become better, so I moved to that. And then I had, at the time in Greece, when I was studying undergraduate studies, there was not much computing in electrical engineering. There were 2 courses, mostly hardware. And then in my last year, when I was ready to finish my undergraduate degree and continue, one of the most important theoretical computer scientists came as a professor at my university, Christos Papadimitriou, and he taught a class on one programming language. And then I fell in love. I fell in love with computer science. And I said, I don't know enough. I'll go and do a master's degree to learn more about computing. And then I went to the US for my master's, and in there I saw in some of the courses research problems. I had never been in touch with the research process before, and I saw some of the senior graduate students, PhD students that were doing research, and they were teaching assistants, and in discussing with them I realized that until then I was learning knowledge that existed, but there is this process of trying to discover new knowledge that doesn't exist. This really excited me. I spent many all-nighters trying to solve little research problems, and I said, no, I have to go for a PhD. And even when I went for a PhD, I said, okay, I'll do my PhD and then go back to industry, because that was always my dream. But as I grew in my PhD efforts on data management, I fell in love with data in general. And although there were various, temptations to go into other parts of computing, I stick with data, and I consider myself lucky. But during my part of my PhD, I became a teaching assistant and so on. I said, getting to the finding things that are not known is very exciting, but then having this knowledge, conveying it to the students is important. And that's when I decided, as I was approaching my finish of my PhD, I said I want to become an academic. And although I had offers from various universities and industry, and the salary gap between academia and industry was very big, still I said, I want to be a scientist, I want to be a researcher, and I have never looked back. I've done a bunch of things, including industrial efforts and policy making and so on, but deep in my heart, my true nature is that of a scientist. So it was an escalation, one step after another, that led me to be a scientist all my life.
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, so in my case, it was actually a misunderstanding that has led to a career in science, and that was because I was young. At the time, I was like maybe 12. I didn't have chemistry or physics in school at the time. But I somehow wanted to understand the world. I wanted to understand, the materials, the earth, the stars, and us humans. And my reasoning was everything is made out of molecules and atoms, I heard somewhere, not in school. And so I must study chemistry. Okay, I know the physicists are now always smiling about me when I say that, because they think they go for, the big questions in the universe. But at the time, again, I didn't know. And so, because we didn't have it in school, I built my own laboratory. We built a lab in the cellar at home, at a friend's home in the cellar, and we bought all the chemicals that you need, like concentrated sulfuric acid and potassium nitrate and all these things. And we told the pharmacist who gave us all these chemicals that we are planning to make washing powder for our moms. Of course, we had other plans. The expert have already heard what we are probably aiming for, and that was gunpowder. So we made gunpowder, and one day, like a glass full of gunpowder, a match fell inside, and this whole thing erupted, and a lot of smoke came out of the windows that we had to open quickly. And the pharmacy was located right in the basement of that building. And so the pharmacist came out and was shocked to learn we didn't do washing powder but gunpowder instead. But so I was hooked. It was too late. I mean, I realized now, by that time I understood, okay, chemistry does not provide all the big answers like why are we here, what's the structure and fate of the universe, what's the nature of reality, all these things that I was so interested in then. But I could make fun stuff. And this has continued until today, that I love the ability of chemistry to create. Like, we're not only understanding, okay, maybe not to that level that I wanted to, not only understand our world, the nature of reality, what is matter, but we're also creating it. That's the fun part. My mom is an artist, my dad is an artist, and my older brother is also an artist. So I come kind of from a family of artists, even though my auntie, the sister of my mom, is also a Nobel Prize winner in medicine. But it was more like an artistic family. And in chemistry, I can live that, these two sides, like the understanding side and the creative side. So this is how I came into this.
Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you.
Right, so and my pivotal moment came when I decided to quit the science. So I studied physics in Russia back at the very difficult times, lots of turmoil, probably similar times to Timor a couple of years ago. So everyone thought that you can use the opportunity to earn easy money, so everyone started to open businesses, and same with me. So we were second year in the university, third year in the university. So we thought, okay, that's a good time. Maybe physics is not what our career should be focused on. Maybe business is the opportunity. So I practically quitted the study, quitted the science. We created companies, mainly in construction, and I mean, any company in construction is a bit of a dodgy business, and at that time in Russia it was basically next to criminal activity, and we were doing actually quite well, and all my friends who stay in the business, they are very wealthy individuals now. But then after a couple of years, 3 years, I just realized that I'm extremely bored, that this is, okay, you earn money, but what's the point? So, and I really made a conscious decision that I need to go back to science. So that really is something which gives me a kick, gives me a drive. And that was probably the best lesson which I learned, and I'm so lucky that I learned it very early in my career, because there are always lots of temptations on your career path, and you always think whether you should continue in your PhD, you should continue into your postdoc, and it's always very difficult decisions. It's family comes and so on, and I mean, scientists then are not the wealthiest people as well, and you need to move from one city, from one country to another all the time. But the fact that I tried other careers, and despite certain advantages, maybe monetary, financial advantages, I still don't really like it, and I still enjoy my science. Really kept me on the track, and it really helped enormously. I mean, I don't have a standard scientific career. I started my first PhD back in Russia. I didn't finish. I started my second in Holland. I didn't finish. I didn't even bother to start the third one, so I knew it's going to fail, so I went straight into postdoc. But at least with all those things, the experience that you tried other things, and you know that physics or science in general gives you this kick into your nerves and into your brain, without which you cannot survive. That really is the best feeling, and is the experience which you learn once and you cherish for the rest of your life.
Can you hear me? Test. Okay. Thank you. Just to summarize in Ketum, so our students, who's pergunta o insacer começa a carreira e cientista na e razão o balu ne tamba ser e problema buka razão buka resposta ba pergunta ira balu ne tamba gosta duni buka anessa professor itan professor Benjamin ene ninia be razão ne to ser koko halo be laboratorium e uma depois laboratorium ne ahihan terbakar depois íamos ia falhanço Dala Ruma né então ida nem seria história para Konaba seria carreira so it's a quite a fascinating story. It's not always like smooth journey. So with that I want open for the discussion. Colega Ruma, estudante Ruma, agora começa lo que ba pergunta. Lili ba além estudante sira na be ia buat Ruma na be karakusu. The floor is yours. There is no such thing as stupid questions in the discussion like this. So the floor is yours. I'm open for maybe 3 questions, and then we can see if how far we can go. Colega Sira, ia pergunta kalai. From this, okay, I can see one hands up. Please come, yeah. Bel husu ya tetum depois awajur traduz.
Okay, thank you so much. First time, my name is Gradiana Esperanza Sarmento. I'm from UCT University. Here I have 2 questions, and the first one is, how encourage students to choose science careers? And the second one, what skills are very important for success in a science career?
Can you repeat please the second one?
Okay. What skills are very important for success about science career? Thank you.
I think maybe you go straight with Professor Benjamin. Can you go?
For me?
Yeah.
Or would you mind repeating the question? I'm sorry.
I can probably start. So the first question was how to attract students to do a career in science, but it's actually related to the second question: what are the skills that are the most essential for a scientist? And I would say that the two are very much related, because the most essential skill is or at least from my opinion, is the curiosity. So there is absolutely no chance that you would go to science because you like the discovery or you like the prizes or you like something else. So there's the curiosity how to make gunpowder. I should say that it just shows that why I chose physics, because my gunpowder never properly exploded. So just I'm a lousy chemist. But I was trying to do the same, of course, in my house and back in my childhood, and so if something is the process of exploration gives you the kick, it gives you this extra adrenaline, then science is your choice, and there is absolutely no chance that you would survive simply because you love prizes or you love the discoveries. Discoveries do happen, but not as often as you would like them to be. So the only way to survive is to love your everyday job, and that's basically coming to your first question of what are how do we attract people, and it's actually getting. From one side, it's getting tougher for the young students, because the competition now in science is actually increasing, but at the same time there are many more opportunities, because we see the investments and we see that science now, really good science, is made not only in the universities or in the research centers, in the institutions, but also in the companies, and we see huge investments from startups to the large companies into science. So the scientific career is now not limited by the universities. So there are so many opportunities, really exciting opportunities, which didn't exist in our time. And I think that that's a good opportunity for any student to go for science. It's tough, but it's tough for everyone, and it's you really get a lot of chances for either a discovery or a new startup, a new algorithm. So just there are lots of chances now to succeed.
If I can only add to this, but I would probably give a very similar answer. It's like if somebody tells you it's a good idea to go into science or to study this because you get a nice job later, it's not the right reason, right? Because it has to be ultimately fueled by your own enthusiasm. That's really absolutely essential, and so it's coming, I would say, from a place of love, because ultimately, in order to really do science well, you have to love what you're doing. And this appearance from the outside, they work super hard, is just that. It's an appearance. For us, for me, it doesn't feel like work. It feels like what I want to do anyway. I'm curious, I want to understand, and I want to create, and it's sort of the love of my life. And it's, I think, very, very important to have that. So don't listen to anybody, to your teachers, to your parents, or to a Nobel Prize winner. Follow your own drive, your own interest, and your own curiosity. It's much more important.
What we have been discussing and answering is careers in scientific research, creating new science. And for that, it's actually true. I mean, that's, I don't think it's a skill. I think it's a nature, it's a virtue. It's inside you. You have to love, you have to be creative, you have to be curious. Curiosity is the most important thing, but also patience and diligence. Because out of 100 days, 99 of these days, you will be depressed, because your experiments, your algorithms, your models do not work. But the 100th day when something will work, then the happiness that you feel doesn't compare to anything else. So you have to be patient, and that's another different, and this creativity, how do you inspire creativity, or even to applied science? You mentioned about wondering about the stars. The stars played a lot of role in my mind, although I was always an engineer, but I always look at the stars, and my parents played a good way, trying to understand, what could it be there, and how it was formed, and the distance, and so on. So stars and other experiments with, well, not gunpowder, but with other powders, or physical things, having the pendulum and the two balls hit, and then the other two balls on the other end. This is miracle. So this is physics. So by having to the young, answering the first and second question together, by bringing, by showing to the young people the beautiful or the peculiar, the curious things that happen in physics or chemistry, or for me, with few lines of code, you create something that is artificial, but still it's working. You see, it's moving. It is amazing. But you can be a scientist without being a researcher. Just finishing your undergraduate degree and going to industry and doing scientific work is very important. I think for Timor-Leste, at the stage where it is now, this may be even more important. By going around the SciTech Expo 2 days ago, I spoke from people from the petroleum department, or I don't remember what the name of it, and they were showing with pride how they used PipeSim, which is a simulator for pipes, to understand and measure based on a whole bunch of parameters how a pipe should be constructed from the offshore drilling to the inner one. And you need to be a scientist to do this, even though you won't be discovering new knowledge. With the same experiments, with the same, you still need the curiosity, you still need the discipline to go through this. So that's the path. That's the path.
Thank you, professors. I think this is not only applied for science, but also for all other careers. Just atu hatete pergunta hoje ne Konaba hoje atu encoraja estudantes sira para investir para belebe por sua carreira investir a carreira e nene hawanai hoje explicação hoje nene e questão tudo mais importante ida magne ida tem que ir curiosidade né buka atu hatene buat phone né segundo mak ida tem que ir domingo paixão ba ita ne serviço buat nebe ita halo sir professor sir na halo né la ostamba osa né importante bet mas bet tam sir gosta halo e descobre buat phone ida nama importante e tem que paixão ba ita ne buat nebe ita lo não é hawa tem kata la os né la os ba serviço e mundo ciência dei mas bet serviço todo e já tam pergunta uma hawa ida né colega tu suka colega feto na ya belahus ya tetu mas sedia no ya inglês salamos pois makita ajuda malu bela equipa técnica bela ajuda ela.
So good afternoon. My name is Angelica da Simeira, and I study in IBC Bidau Kadirun, and I'm 14 years old. So my question is about how long does it take for a scientist to finish one experiment? I want to know it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sim.
Okay. The next question. Well, either day,
Dear. So I am, thank you very much. So it is an honor to me to be here. So I'm Adriano Ventura Elo, as a final year student from Faculty of Exact Science Natural at Universidade Nacional Timor-Leste. So my course focus on maths, physics, and chemistry. At the same time, my specialization focus on maths in statistics and data analysis. So my question is, how do I integrate my specialization into the chemistry and physics as well? So it is my question. So my second question about during my course, enroll my course in my faculty. So the teacher said me like the most difficult science in history in lifetime is physics. So may you tell us some secret about the physics itself and some advice to encourage for young people around that Timor-Leste to create for a study for the science. So it is my question. Thank you very much.
I go directly to the professor, to the panelist.
Okay, so I think we can bring those two questions together. So how long does it take to do one experiment, and whether physics or chemistry or computer science are the most difficult ones? And it really depends. And some of the most beautiful experiments could be very simple. That's really, and that's how science works. So you basically find a small feature which shouldn't be there, which really violates all your previous understanding of the system, and then you try to amplify and you bring it to the absolute simplicity. And most of the beautiful experiments really can be quite short, but of course in the lab it can be anything. So one of our experiments which we did with graphene, so these days it takes 1 minute to do it. So if we knew the recipe, it takes you 1 minute to make graphene, and then you get the Nobel Prize. Unfortunately, it took us like more than a year in the first place to realize this. And experiments typically between the idea and the actual publication can take months, sometimes years. So it really depends. But there is quite often this beautiful moment of understanding, and so that's what you are looking for. That's what gives you the most enjoyment, and that's the answer to the second question from the gentleman, that whether it should be difficult or one branch of science is more difficult than another. I don't think so. I think, and especially, we are really living in the very interesting time when the speed of science is increasing, fortunately or unfortunately. I don't know whether it is good or not, but it's absolutely impossible to predict where the next breakthrough is going to happen. It can happen in AI, in data science. It can happen in biology. So who knows? It's and in that respect, I think it's actually wrong to look at science which branches so much. It's the unfortunate that it's becoming more specialized. But those people who look at the whole science as in its unity, those are going to win, and those are going to understand and create the most beautiful and the simplest experiments.
Professor Yanis?
Exactly what Konstantin said, with one little thing that I'll come to the end. So I absolutely agree with you. Experiments can take a little bit or years, and there are tremendous challenges in all sciences. One thing I want to add is that often the discovery is not the goal of the experiment you are doing. Accidentally, you see something that was not your goal, you're trying something else, it catches your attention, and that the outlier, that serendipitous thing is then that you go and study and do other experiments that happen. So serendipity is part of the nature of discovery, and you have to be open to look into wherever you sense the gold, even if it's not in the direction that you're looking for. And I think graphene, from what I've read, to some extent, you were not looking for graphene. It was something else, and some phenomenon popped up. Penicillin is like this, and so on. The one thing I wanted to possibly differ a little bit from what you said. You're absolutely right. It's unfortunate that science is becoming more and more specialized, and you have to become a physicist of this, of that, of the other, or a computer science in data optimization and so on. But on the other hand, we see recently also some openings from one science going into the other, and characteristic end results are that 2 years ago, computing people got the Nobel Prize in Physics, and computational people, for computational stuff, people got the Nobel Prize in Chemistry, and this year, a physicist got the Turing Award. So you see some openings that, yes, we have to be specialized, but for the grand scheme of things, bigger teams have to come together to address the bigger challenges, and they have to be interdisciplinary. So you need the specialization, but maybe bigger teams to do big science. So generalization of the specializations.
Benjamin?
Yeah, concerning the time of an experiment, how long does it take? I also have an interesting story to tell you. Well, first of all, I'm in the Max Planck Society, which is really special because the way it operates is you get the funding guaranteed for decades, right? It's very unique, and we don't have that anywhere else in the world. And that enables you really to do long-term experiments. We have a program that I initiated in 2007, so this is almost 20 years old now, and now is coming to fruition. We get super exciting results, often, you know, on an idea that I developed literally 20 years ago. So sometimes science can be very slow, but it can also be incredibly fast, and then it can be actually that you are the rate determining step for a scientific discovery to take place, for an experiment to be done, because you were worried about it. And this was for me the case in the early days of my career. I just became an assistant professor in 1999, and I was planning an experiment to try a new type of catalysts that people have thought was kind of impossible, or at least did not really consider to be a good idea. And before doing the experiment, even though the experiment itself was actually easy to do, I had weeks of sleepless nights. Is that a good idea to bet my career on something that nobody else is doing? And one morning I got up and I found the courage to do the experiment, and already on that same day I knew it will work. It works actually. Not like to 100%, and not that this would bring me ultimately to Stockholm, but it was clear, you know, this whole idea actually is valid, and that was super rewarding. So yeah, nowadays what I learned from that is when I am the slow step and when I'm nervous about whether or not my idea is crazy or not, I'm at the good place. I should be at that place. This is my job, basically. I have to be at a place of uncertainty. If I would be so certain this experiment is going to work, you know, then it's probably boring. Usually it's boring. Yeah? So I try now, like, to find this in my day-to-day work. Of course, coming from a slightly different angle now. I have tenure now. I have a safe job, and I have guaranteed funding for the next decade. So I'm not worried anymore about my life and my career. But still, I want to be at a place of uncertainty and doubts. That's my homeland.
Thank you. Professor Panel, buat importante la ia tempo que la ia tempo não é determinado para Konaba atual experiment, né? Ida ne depende balu di experiment balu lalai balu mas han tempo kleur. Mas be awanen assunto importante ro ene cientista sira senya be descobrimento nela os ultimate goal, os finalidade se senya serviço. Basira no mínimo. Awanen importante ira mas o professor Benjaminian hateten kata Dala rumah ni ia ideia ni be hanas itnya kal bola ko tuan ka ia incerteza ne cria curiosidade pasir atu buka hetan hawanin idane habel husutan emai ita se ia tempo emai ida tandai so se parte ne ohin ia kalai hawanin yo se parte ne desculpa ohin ia idane de sebel pergunta ida ya colega ne
The kids from the other side are all here.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You move by grade, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, sebelum lalai. Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cipriana. I'm from UCT, University Catholic Communities. My question is to Arifit Konstantin Novus solve. My question is, how did you manage to choose graphene research that ultimately won the Nobel Prize in Physics? And what challenge did you face during the graphene research? Thank you. This is my question.
Well, that's a good. The answer already been given that the serendipity plays a very important role in our research. The only problem is that you cannot rely on the serendipity alone. You have to work hard on something. So we've been working on graphite, and we're trying to search for quantum effects in thin graphitic films. And at that time, we didn't know about anything about graphene. We only knew one thing, that graphene shouldn't exist. So that's a full stop. But when you are excited about something, and so we were seeing some interesting quantum effects there, so it kept us going, kept us making further and further experiment, and then one day we got into some very puzzling experiment, and the only way to explain them that you actually get exactly a monolayer of graphene, because it's of course you cannot measure it. So it is serendipitous by up to some extent. The only problem is that you cannot. If you sit there doing nothing, it's not going to happen to you whether serendipitous or not. So you really have to work hard on some challenging problems, and then you have a chance to discover something.
Thank you. Can I have just two more? Sorry, I know all of us want to, but two more questions. Yes? Can you just one question, please? Pergunta ide Alin. Alin, bel husu mas pergunta ide.
Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. And my name is Abelinto La Cruz, and I study at Colegio de Sciensia Operario. So my question is preferred to Mr. Konstantin. Motivation, what motivates you when Mr. left science to work in a company and returned to science today can become a scientist? Because in Timor-Leste, many young people will stop their science to find a job because they come with the ideas that not school also get a job and a school also get a job. So thank you.
Yeah, I hope my colleagues are going to help here as well. But okay, so for me, it was important to try different professions and just explore different opportunities. And business, I have absolutely nothing against business, and lots of my friends are very good businessmen, and they create some innovative solution in business. But it just happens to be that it's not my piece of cake. It's something to do with how your brain is wired. So some people are better in engineering, some people are better in science, some people are better in business. And you cannot do anything without it. It's the wiring of your brain, and you cannot say that one activity is better than another, but you need to learn this. You cannot rely on your parents to tell you, on your professors to tell you. You really have to realize what excites you the most, and I was lucky to try it, and realizing this, lots of people live with the profession chosen by someone else for them, and not realizing that they're not happy.
Before other professors may jump in, can we take at least two more questions, and then we will ramp up this session. So we go to them, so they might ask the same question, and then we take all the questions, and then we answer once.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just for this, just to help, I absolutely agree with what you said. I just want to push more. I've tried many things that I said. I think I can do a whole bunch of kinds of things, but the best thing is for me science. But you mentioned you can innovate in business. The word innovation exists everywhere. There is scientific innovation, there is technological innovation, social innovation, cultural innovation. You can innovate anywhere. The thing is what attracts you. So I absolutely agree with you.
You want to add anything to that to discuss?
Nope, I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Please, the next question. Ito 40 pergunta tolo. Depois we take 3 questions from them, and then we answer once. Yeah, Bella.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Armina da Costa, a student of Catholic University of Timor-Leste. And my question is, what is the key to turning a simple idea into a Nobel Prize winning discovery? And thank you so much.
Can you repeat?
Or you repeat if you understood.
What's how to turn a single idea?
My question is, what is the key to turning a simple idea into a Nobel Prize winning discovery? Thank you.
We take another question? Yes?
All questions together.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adelino. I'm a student from College Sciensia Operario. As someone who dreams of becoming a scientist, I'm worried about my future. If AI can analyze data, generate hypotheses, and make discoveries, what will differentiate human scientists from AI? And how should the younger generation prepare for the future? Thank you.
That's a very good question. The next, can we say this is the last, and then we will see, yeah.
Well, my name is Darfon Jesus Mendes Pereira. I'm student from College Sciensia Operario. And my question, how do I know my career in science? Because I'm confused what to become. My fathers want me to become a doctor, but I have my own desire. I have a dream from childhood to become a pilot. But in school, my physics and mathematics is not good, so I'm confused about what to become.
So it's more of a challenge that they face in the school. Yeah. Can we go to answer? Hey, hold on up. Yeah, can we go to answer? Yeah.
Maybe to the one idea that turns into a Nobel Prize. I mean, probably many of us had that experience, but I can assure you one idea is usually not enough. So it's good to have one really revolutionary, crazy idea that has that potential, but it's definitely much better if you have more than one. When you start a career in science and you want to really achieve that, you have a whole bunch of crazy ideas that would ultimately bring you to Stockholm. So then my recommendation is really investigate clearly if you cannot provide a few more questions than that one.
Yeah, those were 3 very challenging questions. Let me ask the simplest one, and then I'll leave my colleagues to answer the most difficult one. So the first question, how to turn your idea into the Nobel Prize winning discovery. the best advice I ever got in my life was from Klaus von Cleysen, who got his Nobel Prize in '85, I think, for the quantum Hall effect. He said, Costa, if you ever think about winning a Nobel Prize, you will never get one. So basically, if you think that if you work in science for the sake of discovery or for the sake of prize, it's not going to happen. And I mean, I know it sounds trivial, but this is very much true. So just it's really important, and that's partly to the most challenging third question. So, but for the second one, whether AI is going to replace scientists, everyone is thinking about this. I've been working in AI for science for the last 5-6 years, and it's my expectations changed sign. It's not only by the magnitude, but by the direction as well. I hope not. I hope that the discovery is the human prerogative, because it's a phase transition always. It's the discovery is always the creation of a new language, and those events are rare. So probably we don't have enough data to teach the AI for that. But I don't have any strong data on that, so I don't have anything to confirm my expectation. Maybe I'm wrong. And guys, I'll leave you for the last question to answer. I'm not going to make a decision on the student life here.
You seem to have understood the third question. Can you repeat it?
Right. So the third question is that the young gentleman loves science. His parents are thinking about some alternative career for him. His teachers are not encouraging. So how do we encourage, and how do we provide the encouragement for science?
Okay, the first question, I don't have a Nobel Prize, but I work for the love of the work, for the love of the science. I will never get a Nobel Prize because I'm in computing. Turing Award, I'm not thinking about it. The prizes and any other award that exists are a result. They are not a goal. It can happen. It's a side effect. Will AI replace scientists? No. It will be, currently it's a research assistant. It helps you advance your productivity, explore many more options, and so on. I believe they will reach at a point of level, and already we've seen it in special cases, where even a scientific hypothesis is formulated. The methodology is chosen. The experiments are set up. So a whole bunch of things are happening. But again, we are not there yet for an AI scientist. I believe that at some point, at least in certain areas, we will get there, but the creativity, as Costa said, is a prerogative of the human. I don't know if we will call creativity what will be happening with the AI, but I believe very useful scientific results will be coming from AI in the future. I don't want to put the size. But the creativity that will be completely off the track and off the beaten path, the tremendous serendipity, okay, it will not come from AI. So we'll have AI researchers and human researchers working in a lab together, interacting, but we will never be replaced. And it's not because of this. For the last one, follow your dreams. Follow your dreams.
I may add to the AI question that always comes, and it always comes from kids, which is somehow surprising. I mean, you're a young boy, or young man. Why don't you first try to develop your own human intelligence, right? Read and learn and develop curiosity and drive for science before you worry about if AI is going to replace you. There are other jobs that definitely will be replaced first. I would more worry, for example, about lawyers and certain business people, computer programmers and doctors and so on. I think there is always space for human creativity and original questions that somehow the AI doesn't come up with. At least I hope so. But having said this, I also worry a little bit like everybody else. And so I have a team in Japan actually, and they are building an autonomous laboratory which perceives the ideas, conducts the experiments, and analyzes the data, all in sort of one AI-based robot cycle, just in case, because I don't want to miss out.
Thank you. Awan importante at pergunta itu ini. Unsa transforma ide debat mana Nobel ne, dan objetivo ne ke finalidade ne mak atu buka Nobel ne dalam rumah tu ikut setelah lahetantan. Ida ne. Segundo ida Konaba AI ne, awan statement itu importante lah lima magne. Antes ita preocupa ba AI ita tinggi hanoi dulu ko satu desenvolve human intelligence, develop human intelligence first. Ita ni lihat ita hakere kle sirane ita desenvolve ita ni an. Hanoi ida nama important. Maybe the last session for this. Please, bele pergunta.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Geneva. I'm studying at Estanato San Jose. So my question is, what science career do you think will be most needed in the world 10 years from now, but no one is talking about yet? And how can young people in our region do science that helps the world without having to leave home? That's all my question. Thank you.
Okay, so I love to end with one dream reaction of mine that I would think could change the world. And that is an artificial photosynthesis in which a catalyst converts the carbon dioxide in our atmosphere back into oxygen gas on the one hand and carbon on the other hand, maybe graphite or coal or something like that. That would be a reaction that if it would work on scale, it could really save us. It potentially could stop climate change, and it would create a huge amount of kind of free electricity, because we know how to convert coal into electricity. And we could also transform the chemical industry into a sustainable, completely sustainable solar, coal-based chemical industry. And last but not least, the climate change we could stop by just digging the extra coal that we generate from the atmosphere back into where it came from. So that would be something for the next generation to work on, I would propose.
Professor Yanis?
I would say something, climate change and addressing the climate issue would be also from the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Goal 13, I think, is the most important one to address. But bringing in my technology, I think digital twins, actual digital twins for climate, for health, for machines, having the digital twin and being able to accurately see various scenarios of addressing these things would be something that will touch all sciences, but also everything about our environment and activity of life. So, digital twins.
Yeah, I think complexity will be one of the buzzing words in the next 10 years, starting with complex materials, complex quantum systems, complex reactions, but eventually going towards the biological systems, the way our brain operates. So it's probably longer than 10 years, but we need to start thinking about it now.
Thank you. I hope this is the last questions. How many?
They keep growing. More and more coming.
No. Can we have? I know what. Can we have just 2 more? Because we are running out of the time.
Okay.
So 2 more questions, and then we ramp up.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Kenny Marquez. I am currently attending QSI International School of Dili, and I'm 15 years old. It is a great honor to be here today, and I have one question for you. In your years of discovery, science, and experiments, was there a moment where you felt like you were at a dead end? If so, do you have any advice for the youth around the world in order to succeed in science?
Okay,
thank you.
Then another one, can we have the last one? Sorry. The last one, yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Alexa. I'm a 10th grade student at Escola Portuguesa de Dili, and I would like to ask the following questions. So based on your perspective, what are the areas in science that need to be focused on more these days? Thank you.
Yeah, what are the, can we take, are you fine? Okay. Yes? Two more, play, okay.
Okay, thank you all. Good afternoon. It's an honor to be standing here and asking a question from you all. My name is Bayumburt, and I'm a student in QSI Dala International School. And my question is, in your career of making breakthroughs, what did you learn from your biggest failure, and what advice would you give for the youth who are afraid to make mistakes in science? Thank you.
The last one?
Hello, sir. It's an honor to meet you all. I just want to say that science today is usually done by huge teams, but prizes like the Nobel Prize are given to only a few people. So do you think the way we recognize scientists need to change? And secondly, does the prize change the way your career was?
I've got, there is a very nice story by Leo Szilard. Leo Szilard was the engineer behind the Manhattan Project. He got a very nice story about prizes. So I recommend everyone to read this. But yes, you're right. So I think the way how do we recognize scientists, especially young scientists, because they really got a very tough time now, is it needs to change, so we need to give them support during the early days.
Let me say that there have been many times of disappointment and feeling of failure. And for that, you need patience, you need persistence. If your instinct tells you something, follow it. And even if you're not finding something where you're going, go there. Many occasions like this. The most important research that I have done based on what people say and the impact was not what I was looking for. It happened after many failures in a different way. And one of the questions that asked about, I think, others and so on, science is not a solitary work. Yes, if you're doing mathematics, maybe one person can do it, but be in a team, form a team if you're becoming more senior, have many people around you that are different from you. And in a team, first of all, you become more resilient and one gives courage to the other when something is not going right. But interdisciplinarity is a key thing to make progress and also to have different ideas coming there.
Yeah, the question was, what does it take to have a successful career in science? I think there's many things that are required, but by far the most important ingredient, in my opinion, I've mentioned it before, is enthusiasm. Why? Because if you manage to make what you truly love your work, you live a happy life. If you pursue what you love to do anyway, that's the definition of happiness. And now people will pay you for that, right? They will give you a lab, they will give you funding, they will give you a nice career while you are pursuing what you want to pursue anyway. So that's my strongest recommendation. And I would even generalize this beyond science to any area. If your favorite thing is playing football or if it's cutting hair, then become a hairstylist. Why not? I mean, you will be a happy person. So I think there's no problem with this. But the big ticket, in my opinion, is really to have that enthusiasm for science, because science in itself is so enjoyable because we learn new things that nobody has seen before, right? That is the joy of science, discovering some new phenomenon that nobody has seen before, and in an ideal way, even being able to manipulate it such that we create a new world. This combination is just sort of unbeatable, in my opinion. Thank you.
With that, I just want to, these are very important related to the questions. Antes, iranabe itahatene iranabe sucesso serheta novel, mas antes ne sir ia falhanço lubuk ira. nebe ita lahaten no ine importante la lema ita atu comprende e la osias mundo ciência de nebe itnyamor mas be ba savi magne ba ita savi magne paixão ba are nebe ser serviço senya persistência atu continua coco no mos entusiasmo no mos curiosidade ba atu coco na fatim buat nebe sira halo with that let us give a round of applause to distinguished panelists here, Nobel laureates. His Excellencies, Mr. President of the Republic, President of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste, Mr. Zeram Zorta, is here. Distinguished panelists, guests, ladies and gentlemen. I think it is not the point of this conversation to answer all of your questions and to give that the country is facing. But the point of this conversation is to promote and inspire Timorese students here to start investing in their career in science. As the Prime Minister stated yesterday in the news, Timor-Leste does not want only to be the consumer of the knowledge and innovation around the world, but hopefully by the next 1 or 2 decades, the world will be benefited from some of the young scientists or discovery made by Timor-Leste. But this, it will require the right ecosystem and government policy. It is our dream that in the next 2 years, some of Timorese young people would make their name in the global stage, as the panelists and many others who have traveled long way to Timor-Leste and joined us during this tremendous 2 days. With that, I thank you for the distinguished panelists here who have made my work easier by keeping on time. And also let's give a round of applause to our audience who stayed here and the students and who have asked the questions with English and understood by our panelists. So ito botser hus pergunta English, la precisa traduz. It's a quite, as a Timorese, I'm proud to see that. And so with that, the time and the floor, I give back to the committee. So thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Dr. Guteriano das Neves. And thank you, Professor Benjamin Lees and Professor Yanis Ioannidis and Professor Konstantin Novoselov for sharing your experiences with the next generation. And importantly, thank you all to all of the young people who participated in today's discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be concluding our Science for Development Summit very shortly, whilst we're waiting for the arrival of His Excellency the Vice Prime Minister. Please remain seated. Ita turna fatin de ita hintang presença si Sua Excelência Vice Primeiro Ministro tamat. Okay. Namo Sua Excelência Presidente da República Ihaneona. Your Excellencies, distinguished Nobel laureates, scientists, international guests, ladies and gentlemen. Over these 2 days, we have heard perspectives spanning science and economic transformation, agriculture and food systems, health and human development, digital security, artificial intelligence, scientific education, and the careers of the next generation. At the center of these discussions has been a common idea that scientific knowledge achieves its greatest value when it is placed in the service of people and development. It is therefore fitting that we conclude the summit with the person whose vision and leadership brought this gathering together. But beforehand, let's watch another dance performance by Wiku Wehali. A round of applause. Ita ba sa lima leba apresentação dança turmai, molo kita tama ba conclusão husi ita ninha Simeira. Thank you very much, Wiku Wehali. Once again, Your Excellencies, distinguished Nobel laureates, welcome back, scientists and international guests, ladies and gentlemen. And now to conclude the summit with the person whose vision and leadership brought this gathering together, it is my great honor to invite His Excellency, the President of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste, Dr. José Ramos Horta, to deliver the closing.
Please be seated. Thank you. I would like, I start by, before my formal remarks here, to tell a bit of a difference between the process of the Nobel Peace Prize in Oslo, how that happened, the process, and in the Academy of Science in Stockholm. Obviously, there are major differences. No possibility of interference, lobby, petitions, and so on. Over the years, of course, I became very familiar with the Nobel Peace Prize process. Of course, the Nobel and resigned from the committee. He was very angry that the Norwegian government intervened forcefully to award that year, 94, to Isaac Rabin, Shimon Peres, and Yasser Arafat. I don't comment on the merit of the three. I think they were all very courageous in doing what they did. But that the Nobel Committee bowed to pressure, maybe understandably, from the Norwegian government. Because it's believed that sometimes that a peace process requires the Peace Prize to push the process ahead. So one day I was in Oslo after the 96 award that went to me and Bishop Bellu. I was sitting on the sidewalk and in Oslo, and the next day the front page news said Christiansen, referring to the one who resigned, now he's happy. He forgave the Nobel Committee because his favorite nominee got the prize. Again, I'm not saying who, but that's what I say. But in 95, I went to Norway a few times, and mindful that you cannot lobby, I was always extremely careful. And in going there, I intended only to try to draw attention to Timor and to the Church of Timor and to the role of the bishop. To my surprise, one of the prominent members of the Nobel Committee agreed to talk with me. And he came to my hotel, the cheapest hotel in Oslo. The cheapest in Oslo, it could be like 4-star in Timor or in Bali. And at the time, I was not very well known. And the Nobel Committee member, he came. Today, I can say his name, Gunnar Stålsett. For many years, Vice President of the Nobel Committee, Lutheran Bishop of Oslo, and so on. I was so surprised that he would come to my hotel to see a humble Timorese. And I was in full attention, vigilance, telling myself, don't make any mistake. Don't appear to be lobbying for Timor. I was aware that could be disastrous. So, and Gunnar Stålsett at that time, he himself, he was actively mediating the conflict in Guatemala. So I pretended I wanted to learn about the conflict in Guatemala. And I asked him questions about his role in Guatemala. He was totally surprised. And he explained. And then after 15, 20 minutes, he asked me about Timor-Leste. And I was careful, I talked generalities. Then he asked about the church. I talked about the role of the church. And then he asked about Bishop Elo, and I talked about Bishop Elo. And that was in, it was in 95. In 95, the media in Norway, the days before the announcement, they were all talking about front page. Bishop Elo was, I was not, I was no mention of me. But Bishop Elo, the church, front page in Norwegian media, that he was going to be the winner. On the photo, there was Jimmy Carter and some other people. The Bishop of Chiapas, Mexico, and so on. And, but I was there, I was known already to some of the media. They knew that somehow I'm connected with the church, with the bishop, whatever. So, and the people who know firsthand who is going to win that morning is the NRK, Norwegian Broadcasting Television. So they called me in a hotel. Can you come 8 a.m. to our studio near the Nobel Committee place? So I went. There are so many journalists, and they will say, please, when after the announcement you talk to us. And I said, listen, how do you know that it's going to be, we are going to win the prize? Yeah, NRK called you, that's because, well, that was 95, October 95. The announcement came, it was not for us. It was for the Pugwash group. You're probably familiar, the Pugwash Conference of Nuclear Scientists, etc. Pugwash is a small town somewhere in Canada where this group, they meet over the years, since the 50s or so, to talk about nuclear war, prevention, and so on. So they go out there. And those who won the prize, they were like, each of them like 8 years old. And I didn't, so when I came out, well, A, I didn't have an interview with NRK. B, not a single journalist was there. And I was with one person, and that person was the one that promoted me a lot without telling me. Young people, in the 80s, everybody would know about him. Morten Harket, the lead singer of the rock group called Aha. In the 80s, they sold more records than the Beatles. So he was the one who promoted me in Norway. So I was with him. And I told him, Morten, I'm not coming ever again to Norway. Because when you lose, God, you feel so lonely. And I was alone in the winter in Oslo. It is dark by 4 p.m. It's already dark. And I was alone in my hotel. So in 96, October 96, I was running a course that I created in the University of New South Wales in Sydney, and called Diplomacy and Human Rights. I told my co-director, well, my deputy, Laksiri Fernand from Sri Lanka, I said, Laksiri, I'm not coming tomorrow. That was Thursday. I told him tomorrow, Friday, I'm not coming. I'm going to play tennis the weekend. And of course, Laksiri, you know, since I didn't come, he also decided not to come. The Nobel Committee, they always phone you. You probably know, they phone the winners a few hours in advance to alert you won the prize. Well, they had only my office number at the university. They call, no one answer. Friday, I was home, very miserable apartment in the suburbs of Sydney, very poor. The phone rang. I was babysitting a niece. She was only 3 years old. She'd never leave me alone. We were alone in the house. I moved 1 meter away. She said, Uncle, where are you going? I go to the left, answer, Uncle, where are you going? Follow me everywhere. And the phone rang. I went to the phone. And a Portuguese journalist, Luis Nascimento, from Antena 1, I think, in Lisbon, he said, Mr. Ramos Horta, you won the Peace Prize, Nobel Peace Prize. President Sampaio, Adelino Gomez, everybody online to comment. Please, can you comment? I said, wait a minute. So, anyways, the day before, a good friend from Washington called me. Jose, what do you think? Who is going to win the Nobel Peace Prize? I told Arnold, I don't care. They can give it to anyone they want, a whole list of people. I don't want to hear about it, because, God, I had enough of the previous year of dissatisfaction. But then I nominated, over the years, nominated some people. I nominated Muhammad Yunus. He came to Timor before he won the prize.
Development Summit 2026. On behalf of the President of the Republic, the Government of Timor-Leste, and the Summit Organizing Committee, we extend our sincere appreciation to all our distinguished speakers and moderators for sharing their knowledge and experience with us. We also thank our participating institutions, sponsors, universities, researchers, students, partners, organizers, media, making this summit possible. And to our international guests, thank you for traveling to Timor-Leste and for being part of this important dialogue. Here in Dili will lead to lasting partnerships, new cultural and music program. And now coffee will be served and dinners tonight at the Memoria Viva. Thank you once again. We wish you a pleasant afternoon and evening. Obrigado, Barak. Thank you. Obrigado e adeus. Please enjoy coffee, and also we have exhibition outside. Obrigado, al favor.